welcome our today's chief guest, Dr. Milind Umekar, President APPI and Principal SPKB College of Pharmacy, County, by presenting a sapling as a token of love and gratitude. I request everyone to welcome him with a big round of applause. Thank you so much, Joshi sir.
With immense pleasure, I humbly request Dr. D.C. Sahu, sir, Dean School of Pharmacy, CHHINDWARA, Saikheda, to present a sapling as a token of love and gratitude to our today's guest of honor, Dr. Prakash Itankar, sir, Associated Dean of Science and Technology and Director, Technology and Energy Part, RTMNE. We welcome you, sir. Now, I would like to request Dr. D.C. Sahu, sir, Dean School of Pharmacy, CHHINDWARA, Saikheda, to express his welcome remarks about this international conference.
A very good morning to all. I am honored and delighted to welcome all the dignitaries, our respected chief guest, Dr. Umekar sir, to the international conference approaches of pharmaceutical insight through interdisciplinary research APIIR 2013 at School of Pharmacy, Raisoni, Saikheda. It is an absolute pleasure and honor to stand before you as a dean of this esteemed institution and extended my heartfelt greeting to each of you. It is privilege to welcome our chief guest, Dr. Milind Umekar sir, President APTI, Principal Srimati Kishoritai Gaurav, College of Pharmacy, County Nagpur, and our today's guest of honor, Dr. Prakash Itankar sir, Dean Science and Technology, Director Technology and Energy Park, RD Avenue, Nagpur. I am heartily welcome to our respected registrar sir, Dr. Sram Joshi sir. I believe we have chosen a venue that represents a successful technical conference amid and culture of the Madhya Pradesh. Our professional and technical program is rich and varied with many eminent speakers and various technical sessions. Moreover, I hope that International Conference APIIR 2023 will be able to achieve its objective of providing an effective forum for academician, research, participant to advance knowledge, research and technology of pharmaceutical sciences and humanity as well. In today's world, the field of pharmaceutical research is constantly evolving to address complex challenges, opportunities that lies ahead. We need to come together and explore innovative interdisciplinary approaches. This conference, APPI 2023, is treatment to our covenant and advance of coordinates of pharmaceutical insight through interdisciplinary research. I very warm welcome to all of you in our international conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Now, I would like to invite Dr. Sriram Joshi, Registrar GSL of Saikheda, to address the gathering by his opening remarks.
Thank you, Anmol ma'am and Manisha ma'am. A very warm welcome, warm good morning, one and all present here in this hall. I would like to welcome Dr. Umekar and Dr. Itankar to this international conference. And we are very thankful, both of you, sir. You have accepted our invite and graced the occasion and made it possible to be present at this conference. Before I would address any one of you over here, I would just explain what Madam has said in one such verse, that is Astoma Satgamaya, Tamasoma Jyotirgamaya. I'll extend that with one more verse which says that, O no Bhadraha, Kartavo Yantu Vishwataha, which says that let the noble thought comes from everywhere, from the universe. Let that begin our thought process and let's give back to the society. If we are awakened and if we are trying to get every possible aspects from our nature and try to give back to society, that is the basic and most used to the humanity. Why we have chosen interdisciplinary research as the topic for today's conference or 2 days conference, which is now I term it as inaugurated today, is because nobody can do great things in isolation. If I say that my pharmacy is just one who will bring the kindness to humanity, or engineering who will create the machines and they will give back to humanity, or pure sciences will give back to humanity, it is not possible. It should be an integration and combination of all these sciences. If I require to develop a drug, then I require to have engineers in my team, to have the machine be made who will make that pellets or drugs or the tablets or syrup. It's not only possible if pharmacy is uh, inventing one drug, then engineering is not required or pure sciences is not required. Equally, I will require management grants as well to market that or to take that drug back to the society, to the needies. And that's why we have chosen this topic as interdisciplinary approaches towards pharmaceutical thoughts. And I hope and I am confident that the keynote speakers who are here to speak on various topics will help you and will give you a new direction towards your thought process. I welcome them all as well. They are here from different parts of India and will be gracing the occasion later on in the day. So, before I end my speech or the few words that they have allowed me to speak on, I'd say that every one of us has to or have to do certain things, try. Yeah, famous saying is there that is try, but don't try. Most of the time, what happens is we try, and then we give up. At the last stage of our progress or last stage of our success, I say that do not give up. Successful people are those people who always give a next try. If you have heard about James Watson, who has invented the bulb, James Watson. So he failed in his experiments for roughly 10,000 times. If I am not wrong, sir, James Watson was there? Edison, Thomas Alva Edison. Okay, Thomas Alva Edison was the person who invented the bulb. And he failed 10,000 times in his experiments. And one of the journalists asked him, how you feel after failing for 10,000 times? So he said that I am really very happy. Now I know 10,000 ways of not making a bulb. And now I know one more way of making a bulb. So this is a kind of positive attitude that every one of us should have, and do not give up. So lastly, it says that हर रोज है जिंदगी खड़ा रहता हूँ गिर कर भी मुकम्मल मुकम्मल खड़े हैं है जिंदगी देख मेरे हौसले तेरे से भी बुलंद है। ये बोलकर मेरे हौसले हमेशा बुलंद रखिएगा, आपके हौसले हमेशा बुलंद रखिएगा और आपको सक्सेस हमेशा छूटे जाएगी। धन्यवाद।
Thank you so much, sir, for your motivating words.
Now, I would like to introduce our guest of honor. Today's our guest of honor, Dr. Prakash Itankar sir. Sir is Professor of Pharmacognosy, Department of Pharmaceutical Sciences, Associated Dean, Science and Technology, and Director Technology Park, Rashtriya to Guruji Maharaj, Nagpur University. Sir has vast experience of 28 years, out of which 6 years is from industry. He has 1 patent granted and 8 filed patents to his credit. Sir has worked with many research projects based on research problems of industry. The number of projects are approximately 47. He has total 75 research publications in national and international journals. Sir has been awarded by many prestigious awards throughout his career. With such a great profile, we welcome you, sir, to share your words of wisdom with us. Please, sir.
Good morning. Good morning. Let's go. So the reflection is the law of nature, isn't it? So all of you need to be aware and awake about whatever is going to happen during these 2 days of wonderful conference. To begin with, I would like to start with a universal prayer for all of you, so that we set a tone which will encompass everyone in our fold, and then we should be thinking about everyone while being there in the conference, right? हे ईश्वर सबको सन्मति दे, आरोग्य दे, सबको सुख दे, आनंद और ऐश्वर्य दे, सबका भला कर, कल्याण कर, रक्षा कर और तेरा मीठा नाम मुख में निरंतर रहने दे। तो सभी के लिए प्रार्थना करने के बाद में मां सरस्वती को नमन करता हूँ। रायसोनी परिवार को धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूँ। रायसोनी जो आपका इंस्टीट्यूट है, उसके संपूर्ण मैनेजमेंट स्टाफ सभी को कृतज्ञता पूर्वक धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूँ कि उन्होंने आज हमें यहाँ आने का मौका दिया। हमारे साथ में मंच के ऊपर में उपस्थित मेरे भाई डॉक्टर मिलिंद उमेकर सर, जो अभी जो पोजीशन है उनकी वो एसोसिएशन ऑफ फार्मेसी टीचर्स ऑफ इंडिया, फार्मास्यूटिकल टीचर्स ऑफ इंडिया, इसके वो प्रेसिडेंट हैं। के साथ में मैनेजमेंट से जुड़े हुए डॉक्टर जिग्नेश जोशी, डॉक्टर श्रीराम जोशी जी, जिनका निरंतर प्रेम जो है वो हमें खींच के लाता है। जो विषय आप लोगों ने लिया है उसके लिए मैं पहले आप सभी लोगों का अभिनंदन करना चाहूंगा। अप्रोच टू फार्मास्यूटिकल इनसाइट टू इंटरडिसिप्लिनरी भाषण देते हुए मैं इस विषय के बारे में मेरे अपने अनुभव के और मेरे अपने एक्सपीरियंस के ऊपर में आधारित आपको बताना चाहूँगा। There was a project that came to me from a very big company that was called as APIIR. Have you heard about the organic company? They are mostly amongst the elites. Quality, organic. This name itself depicts कि किस तरह का product जो है बनाते हैं, right? So there was a project and there was a demand that sir, there was no research done so far on the raw materials which are going to be used in ayurvedic formulations. If they are so strong, the cultivated source, like as of all of us are aware that क्या होती है, कहाँ से आती है औषधि बनाने के लिए, कहाँ से आती है, फलों से आती थी पहले, अगर अभी जो परिस्थितियां बदल गई है बिकॉज ऑफ द इंटरनेशनल नॉर्म्स ऑन बायोडाइवर्सिटी, तो ये सारी चीजें कल्टीवेट होगी. तो यू मस्ट हैव नाउ हर्ड अबाउट फार्मर्स लुकिंग फॉर कल्टीवेशन ऑफ मेडिसिनल. तो इस तरह का एक उद्योग शुरू हो गया. पर आप सीधे तौर पे कंपेयर कर सकते हैं जिस तरह से आपके घर की आलू या मटेरियल है इस तरह से उगाए जाते हैं, रासायनिक खाद यूज होता है, पेस्टिसाइड्स यूज होते हैं. इमेजिन करिए जिन औषधियों कोई रिसर्च प्रोजेक्ट करके क्या हम एस्टैब्लिश कर सकते हैं कि ऑर्गेनिक और नॉन ऑर्गेनिक यानी रासायनिक खाद से अगर हम लोगों ने बनाया तो आपके मेडिसिनल प्रॉपर्टीज के ऊपर में इसका क्या असर होगा, इसके केमिकल कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन में फर्क पड़ेगा. और बहुत बढ़िया ये रिसर्च चला पूरा 4.5 years और इतना सुंदर उसका आउटकम निकला. पर ये सारा रिसर्च करते वक्त मुझे पहली बार ये महसूस हुआ कि हम अकेले एज अ फार्मास्यूटिकल साइंटिस्ट कंप्लीट रिसर्च नहीं कर सकते. कैन वी डू कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव रिसर्च? नहीं, हम खुद भी तो इतने बटे हुए हैं. हम लोग सीधा सीधा हम अपने बातों में भी ये कहते हैं कि अगर फार्मास्यूटिक्स वाला बंदा है तो वो फॉर्मुलेशंस के ऊपर में काम करेगा, यानी डिजाइनिंग ऑफ द फॉर्मुलेशंस के ऊपर में काम करेगा. हम कैसे बैठे हुए. फार्माकोलॉजी वाला क्या करेगा, तो वो इन विट्रो और इन वाइवो इन एनिमल स्टडीज ये उसका दायरा हमने उसको चौवन में डाल दिया. उसके बाद में फार्मास्यूटिकल केमिस्ट्री वाले आ गए जो आइदर सिंथेसिस करेंगे या एनालिसिस करेंगे, ऐसा हमने उन्हें बांट दिया. उसके बाद में फार्माकोलॉजी है जो कि सोर्सिंग ऑफ द न्यू मॉलिक्यूल्स फ्रॉम नेचुरल्स ये निकालेंगे या और उसके बाद में उसको एस्टैब्लिश कर लेंगे. पर क्या हमने अभी तक कोई ऐसा रिकॉर्ड देखा है कि किसी एक ही ब्रांच ने बहुत बड़ा कोई अचीवमेंट कर लिया? नहीं हुआ है. जो भी हुआ है वो जब ये चार मिलके काम करेंगे तब होता है. अब ये चार मिलके अगर अच्छा काम कर सकते हैं तो इसके अलावा हम लोगों ने किसकी हेल्प की आपको बताओ. जब हमने उस प्रोजेक्ट के अंदर में पहला काम किया कि ऐसी जमीन ढूंढना जहां पे हमें ये एक्सपेरिमेंट करना है कि जहां हमें मेडिसिनल प्लांट्स का लगाना है. तो देयर वाज अ कंडीशन कि द लैंड शुड बी जैसा बोलते हैं कि जिसके ऊपर में पिछले कम से कम 10 साल में किसी ने केमिकल फर्टिलाइजर ना डाला हो, ऐसी लैंड चाहिए. अब ये लैंड कौन ढूंढेगा? तो वी हेल्ड द हैंड्स ऑफ पंजाब रॉक विश्वविद्यालय. कैन यू इमेजिन फार्मेसी department is taking help of farmers CHHINDWARA connecting with APIIR. So the university they came forward and they started searching for a land which is called as a serene land and which was never engaged into any kind of chemical fertilizer engaged cultivation. मुश्किल क्या होती, हमें मिली नहीं लैंड ये करने के लिए. फॉर्चुनेटली हमारे अपने यूनिवर्सिटी कैंपस पे जब हम लोग चाय पीने के लिए सारे उनके साथ में बैठे तो पता चला कि हमारी यूनिवर्सिटी की लैंड इतनी बड़ी है जहाँ पे पिछले 50 वर्षों में कभी कोई खेती नहीं हुई. सो दैट वाज द बेस्ट लैंड फॉर डूइंग दिस एक्सपेरिमेंटेशन. तो पंजाब रॉक विश्वविद्यालय अदरवाइज हमारे साथ में कभी जुड़ा होता क्या? नहीं. दे हेल्प्ड अस इन आइडेंटिफाइंग द सॉइल, दे हेल्प्ड अस इन एनालाइजिंग द सॉइल स्ट्रक्चर. किस तरह का सॉइल है, इसमें कौन से मेडिसिनल प्लांट्स लगाए जाएंगे. देन केम द पिक्चर ऑफ डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ बॉटनी बेसिक साइंसेस में, क्योंकि जो पेड़ हम लोग लगाना चाहते थे उसके ग्रोथ पैरामीटर्स को गिनने का हमारे अपने कोर्स करिकुलम में कभी लिखा हुआ नहीं है. सो द ग्रोथ ऑफ द प्लांट राइट फ्रॉम इट्स सोइंग इट इन द सॉइल, वहां से लेके कैसे प्लांट बड़ा हुआ, उसके हर एक डब्बे या जो हमने टाइम फ्रेम डाला हुआ था उसमें जो भी पैरामीटर्स है वो डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ बॉटनी ने हमें. उसके बाद में हम लोग आए अपने खुद के लैब में, डॉक्टर ने उसका एक्सट्रैक्शन किया, एनालिसिस के लिए गए, राइट। और ये सारा होते होते एक ऐसे मुद्दे पे आए कि व्हाट इज द सेफ्टी ऑफ दिस plants which have been grown in different zones. तो सेफ्टी के लिए we got help of Department of Biotechnology, राजीव गांधी बायोटेक्नोलॉजी सेंटर, they came forward. उन्होंने क्या किया, उनके पास में ऐसे बैक्टीरिया थे कि जो रिस्पॉन्ड करते थे टॉक्सिन्स को, यानी अगर आप उनके वो ट्यूब के अंदर से जिसमें बैक्टीरिया रखे हुए हैं एक पर्टिकुलर सोर्स ऑफ लाइट अगर इमिट करते हो, उसका रीडिंग आ जाता था कि कितना इन्फ्लोरेसेंस उसमें जनरेट हो गया है, यानी वो अगर जिंदा है बैक्टीरिया तो उसमें से लाइट आता था। मगर अगर कोई टॉक्सिक आप इंग्रेडिएंट डाल देते हो तो वो इंटेंसिटी, लाइट इंटेंसिटी उसके लाइफ फॉर्म की वो कम होती थी। हमें बड़े आसानी से ये पता चल गया कि कौन सा हमारा सोर्स जो है, जो ऑर्गेनिक या नॉन ऑर्गेनिक है, उसमें से कौन सा जहर से भरा हुआ है, कौन सा अच्छा है, जबकि दोनों तरफ में एक जैसे ही पेड़ लगाए गए। So we were just studying that. So Department of Biotechnology was another part, right? Then we moved ahead. We did the pharmacological testing. फिर उसके बाद में आगे हम लोग मार्केटिंग एंड मैनेजमेंट साइड। तो अगर इस तरह का अगर प्रोडक्ट हम लोग बनाते हैं तो इसके लिए क्या मार्केट रहेगा, who will do that सर्वे? फार्मासिस्ट के पास में इतना वो प्रोटोकॉल दिया नहीं है, we don't understand that. So the Department of Management came into picture. Department of Management gave us the strategy to market this kind of products. तो इंटरडिसिप्लिनरी का बिल्कुल भी ऐसा अर्थ नहीं कि हम इंट्राडिसिप्लिनरी काम करें। हम लोग इंटरडिसिप्लिनरी हमारे फील्ड के बाहर, हमारे अपने फैकल्टी के बाहर जाके भी काम कर सकते हैं। और मुझे बड़ा आनंद होता है कि उसके अलावा जो है ना, इंजीनियर्स जो जैसे जोशी सर ने अपने भाषण में कहा था कि क्या हम इंजीनियर के साथ में काम कर सकते हैं क्या, तो आपको दो ऐसे ओकेजन्स बताऊं जिसमें हम लोगों ने इंजीनियर्स के साथ में भी काम किया। जो मेडिसिनल प्लांट्स ग्रो होते हैं और बाद में हार्वेस्टिंग करके मार्केट में जाते हैं, यानी somebody is purchasing that, so the industries are purchasing the raw material from the farmers who have cultivated it. Now how do they decide the quality? So they will take a sample, perform the assay, and will see whether the desired constituent, like say for example ashwagandha, if you take the basic marker compound to show the quality is methanolites. So what is the percentage methanolite in the plant? Based on that, either they will accept or reject. Right? Now in that particular case, we were thinking about कि अगर पेड़ काट के लेके गए और उसके बाद में अगर उसका सैम्पलिंग होता है और बाद में अगर उसमें कम दिखता है तो बेचारा फार्मर जो है उसको आइदर वो रिजेक्शन में चला जाता है या उसको ऐसी कीमत मिलती है जो उसके ग्रोइंग कॉस्ट में भी नहीं आती। क्या हम ऐसा कुछ कर सकते हैं कि उसने हार्वेस्ट करने के पहले ही फार्मर खुद कोई ऐसे टूल का यूज करे जिसकी वजह से ऑन फील्ड उसका आइडेंटिफिकेशन हो सके? और उसके लिए हम लोगों ने कुछ इंस्टीट्यूट्स को हाथ में लिया, जिसमें डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ फिजिक्स जादवपुर यूनिवर्सिटी कहाँ पे है, कोलकाता में, यानी इंटरडिसिप्लिनरी ये भी नहीं लिमिट नहीं है कि आपके आजू बाजू वाले कहीं के भी रह सकते हैं। और दूसरा जो था सेंट पैलोटी इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज, ठीक है, वहाँ के इंजीनियर्स के साथ में मिलके ऐसे लाइट सोर्स हम लोगों ने लिए कि जो सिर्फ लीफ के अक्रॉस जाने के बाद में जो इन्फ्लोरेसेंस आता है, यू कैन जज द अमाउंट ऑफ क्लोरोफिल के बेसिस पे आप कैलकुलेट कर सकते हैं रिलेटिवली व्हाट इज द परसेंटेज ऑफ कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंट्स। वो काम अभी पूरा नहीं हुआ है, दैट इज स्टिल अंडर रिसर्च, बट अ डे विल कम कि हम चाहते हैं उस तरह से होगा जहां हमारा किसान भाई जो है अपना जो प्रोडक्ट है वो खेत में से निकालने के पहले उसकी क्वालिटी असेसमेंट कर पाए। अगर वहाँ रिक्वायर्ड क्वांटिटी नहीं आई तो और 10-15 दिन उसको वो पेड़ जो है वो खेती में रख सकता है। ये सारे लोग जब हाथ बटाते हैं तब जाके कोई अच्छा प्रोडक्ट जो है आने वाले दिनों में आने वाले हैं। और इसी तरह से हम लोगों को काम करने की जरूरत है। सो ओपन योर माइंड, ये सब्जेक्ट बहुत ही व्यापक तौर पे आपको ज्ञान देने वाला है और इस सबका आपको बहुत ज्यादा फायदा होने वाला है। तो मैं आप सबको शुभकामनाएं देता हूँ इस कॉन्फ्रेंस के ऑर्गेनाइजर्स को। सारे स्पीकर्स जो हैं दे आर ऑल जेम्स, आई हैव गॉन थ्रू देयर प्रोफाइल। तो आप सभी की तरफ से ये ज्ञान की जो गंगा आने वाली है उसे अच्छी तरह से संजोए, अपने पैकेज में डाल लें और जहां जहां आपकी जिंदगी में इसका उपयोग हो उसका उपयोग आप करेंगे। इसी कामना के साथ में मेरे वाणी को विराम देता हूं। आप सबको शुभकामनाएं। थैंक यू।
Thank you so much, sir, for your inspirational word and for such a wonderful knowledge which you have shared with us. Now, moving on further with our inaugural ceremony, we are delighted to request our chief guest, Dr. Milind Omekar, sir, our guest of honor, Dr. Prakash Shitankar, sir, and all dignitaries to honor us with abstract book release.
Thank you so much, all the dignitaries on the dais. Before we proceed further, we would like to acknowledge the presence of our distinguished chief guests who have graced us with their presence today. We have with us respected Dr. Milind Omekar, sir. Sir is president of APIIR and right now working as a principal SKB College of Pharmacy, County Nagpur. Sir has been awarded by his PhD in management in 2016 and in pharmaceutical sciences in 2010 from Rashtrasat Tukaroji Maharaj Nagpur University. Sir has total academic and administrative experience of 24 years. He has filed 13 patents to his credit. Sir has received around 175 lakhs of funding from various government bodies. He has more than 450 publications in international and national journals. Sir is the creator of 7 books and book chapters in the pharmaceutical sciences arena. Sir has presented more than 80 research papers at global and national stations. Sir has been enrolled by many scholastic honors. He is active member of many professional organizations. With such a motivational professional achievements, I humbly invite you, sir, to express your words of wisdom. Please, sir.
Thank you, Anmol madam. Good afternoon to all of you. I know already आप लोग बहुत बोर हो गए, right? आया ना? Thank you. तो मुझे मौका मिला और बोर करने का, right? So first of all, I'm very much thankful to CHHINDWARA University for inviting me after a gap of 6-7 years to visit this place again. I visited this institute when it was under the construction. This building was there, and Dr. Kamal Singh was the vice chancellor that time, and she invited me to give the designs for the laboratories of this building. And I am really happy that after 6-7 years, it expanded like anything. And बहुत अच्छा भी लगता है कि मेरी डिजाइन की वाली लेबोरेटरी में आज यहाँ पे काम चल रहा है. So really thankful to GS Raisoni Group for inviting me after 6-7 years to this premises. The dignitaries on the dais and Dr. Prakash Shitankar, my esteemed friend, and Professor, University Department of Pharmaceutical Sciences, Nagpur. मेरे बहुत अच्छे दोस्त और आपके यूनिवर्सिटी के रजिस्ट्रार डॉक्टर श्रीराम जोशी. We regularly meet online for the academic council meeting. Being an academic council member, he invited me always to join online. But due to this program, I got the opportunity to meet Sriram Joshi personally. Then the newly joined dean or principal of your institute, Dr. Sahu, Dr. Dignesh Joshi ji, my esteemed friend, Dr. Virendra, Dr. Chen, the faculties of the various institutes, the faculties of the CHHINDWARA University, and my dear students. First of all, I congratulate to the Raisoni University for organizing this international event. international conference with the topic approach to pharmaceutical insight through interdisciplinary research. And already Dr. Itankar briefed you about what is interdisciplinary, what is interdisciplinary, what is multidisciplinary. And he is already giving you a very good example of multidisciplinary approach. Earlier, he gave the brief about our faculty that is interdisciplinary. We are bifurcated into four core branches, and we are not able, even today, we are not able to do our interdisciplinary research. And we are thinking for interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary. सर ने जो एग्जांपल दिया बहुत अच्छा एग्जांपल दिया इट वाज द एग्जांपल ऑफ मल्टी डिसिप्लिन बिकॉज़ मेनी डिसिप्लिन्स कम टुगेदर एंड वर्क फॉर द रिसर्च and he has done a wonders in that project. I was a personal visit his lab many times and I see his work on the multidisciplinary approach. And really, it's a great thing that college is thinking on the interdisciplinary approach. And you, Raisoni University, have all these facilities because you have agriculture, you have engineering, and you have pharmacy in the same campus. You can go for the interdisciplinary as the multidisciplinary approach. And I hope this conference will be really helpful to apply this interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary research approach in your university and in your institute. And then only it will be the success of this conference. So once again, I congratulate to Sriram Joshi and entire team of Raisoni because I am very much connected with the Raisoni group when they were started their first pharmacy institute at Raipur, then second pharmacy institute at Hingna, Nagpur. From that days, I was connected with Raisoni group and we always talk, Sunil sir and me always talk with the pharmacy course and about the research. And I assure you, whenever you require any help related to the pharmacy course, being one of the member of Raisoni group, I will be always there. And I, being a president of the APIIR, I assure all the faculty members that APIIR also work for the betterment of the and welfare of the teachers. We are continuously working on the welfare of the teachers, and by taking the benefit of this platform, I can assure my teachers that being a president, I will work for the welfare of the teachers, and we are taking many initiatives for the teachers. During our morning discussion, I already briefed with the Joshi sir that PCI is going to introduce their own PCI pay scale and qualifications. क्योंकि आज के डेट में हमको यही पता नहीं हम AICTE के अंदर में है कि UGC के अंदर में है कि काय के अंदर. Recently, we talked with the PCI and Home Minister, Education Minister, and National President of ABUP, and finally they give the approval for the PG scholarship to the GPAT qualified students. And APIIR is continuously working, but हम ये चीजें कभी मुझे पसंद नहीं आता कोई भी ऑफिशियल कम्युनिकेशन है कोई भी चीज सोशल मीडिया पे व्हाट्सएप पे डालने की. So I never share such type of official communication on the WhatsApp or any media. But we got various results. We are expecting very soon you will get a new syllabus in the UG course. Syllabus का draft ready है, recommendation के लिए है. They gave 7 days to the APIIR for their recommendation, and we definitely will give you some recommendation in the next week. And hope in the next month PCI will declare their new syllabus. PCI is also working for the pharmacy pay scale क्योंकि pharmacy pay scale बोलने के बाद में उसमें teachers के qualification, their experience, their cadre ratio, their promotion, their leaves, हर चीज के बारे में even their basic क्या रहेगा इसके बारे में सभी details आएगा. That's why I was insisting for the pay scale from last 2 years to the PCI, and finally PCI accepted that they are going to introduce their own pay scale क्योंकि एक pay scale word में हमारी सब requirement fulfill होगा. तो इस तरह के वर्क चल रहे हैं और मुझे इस प्लेटफॉर्म पे मेरे टीचर्स को बताना जरूरी था. नहीं बहुत बार सोचते हैं कि APIIR पेशेंट को बुला और हमारे बारे में कुछ बोला ही नहीं. और ऑलरेडी इंटरडिसिप्लिनरी अप्रोच के बारे में सर बोल चुके हैं तो मुझे उसके ऊपर जोड़ना ज्यादा जरूरी नहीं था कि ये एक्सप्लेन यू विद वेरी गुड एग्जांपल. So teachers, don't worry, whatever grievances you have, already APIIR started the online grievances portal. You register your grievance, APIIR is there to solve your grievance. जो grievance हमसे address में होते हैं, we are forwarding these grievances directly to the PCI, and PCI is going to address such type of grievances. आने वाले दिन फार्मेसी के लिए बहुत अच्छे हैं if we are working very nice. Otherwise जैसे है वैसे है. We are in the profession where we have to give the service to the society. This is a very noble profession, and students हमेशा सोचते हैं कि कुछ करना है तो वो पहले आपको आपके अंदर झांकना पड़ेगा कि हमको क्या करना है, और उसके लिए खुद को डेडिकेशन बहुत जरूरी है. क्योंकि आजकल के दिनों में बहुत एक मैंने देखा स्टूडेंट में एटीट्यूड ही नहीं है कुछ करने की. बस दे आर हैप्पी विद देयर सम मोबाइल डाटा मिल जाए, थोड़ा सा चिप्स वगैरह मिल जाए खाने को तो कुछ, बाकी जिंदगी में कुछ नहीं रहा तो चलेगा. दे नेवर हंग्री नहीं रहते अपने प्रोफेशन के लिए या फिर अपने डेवलपमेंट के लिए. ये अप्रोच, ये एटीट्यूड आप लोगों को बताना पड़ेगा. इट इज नॉट इंटरडिसिप्लिनरी अप्रोच, इट इज अ पर्सनल अप्रोच ओनली. ये आपको चेंज करना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि जब तक आप खुद भूखे नहीं रहोगे अपने करियर के लिए तब तक आपको सक्सेस नहीं मिलेगी. Because when I joined this institute, that time I was only graduate. I was just BCom in '97, and I joined this institute as a lecturer of diploma course in pharmacy. And after that, in last 25 years, I take the promotions and finally I become the principal of SKB, Srimati Kishore College of Pharmacy. SKB इसलिए बोला कि SKB नाम के भी 2 कॉलेज हो गए, श्रीमती किशोर कॉलेज ऑफ फार्मेसी. और इस लास्ट 25 इयर्स में मैंने खुद को डेडिकेट करके यहाँ तक पहुँचा हूँ. एंड आई एम रियली हैप्पी व्हेन आई जॉइंड दिस प्रोफेशन, फार्मेसी प्रोफेशन, दैट आई वाज ओनली लेक्चरर ऑफ डिप्लोमा कोर्स. एंड आफ्टर 25 इयर्स, due to the hard work and the support of my entire team as well as my friends, today I am working as a national president of the same association where I start my career. So friends, I especially request to the student to work hard, dedicate. जो भी सीखना है, हर चीज बुक्स में दी नहीं रहती. आज आप यहाँ पे कोई कॉन्फ्रेंस अटेंड कर रहे हैं, यहाँ पे भी सीखने के लिए बहुत कुछ है कि स्टेज पे किस तरह प्रोटोकॉल मेंटेन करना है, टीचर्स ने किस तरह बैठना है, किस तरह स्पीचेस होना चाहिए, स्पीचेस का प्रोटोकॉल क्या होना चाहिए, बहुत सारी चीजें. ये चीजें कभी आपको बुक्स में पढ़ने के लिए मिलेंगी. हर चीज में पार्टिसिपेट करो. Try to attend maximum conferences. Try to attend maximum seminars, conferences, training programs. क्योंकि हर एक जरूरी नहीं कि आप बहुत ज्यादा होशियार हो तो ही रिसर्च प्रोग्राम हो. वहां पे सीखने के लिए बहुत कुछ चीज. बहुत बार लगता है आपको कि नहीं यार ये एंगल से फोटो गलत है, उस साइड से लेते तो बहुत अच्छा निकलता. हो सकता है कल जाके अगर आप ऑर्गेनाइजर रहे तो आप सजेस्ट करोगे फोटोग्राफर कि उस साइड से फोटो, और उसी का एक कंबाइन अगर सक्सेस देखेंगे ना, दैट इज और आईपीसी. जो नागपुर में आईपीसी हुआ, 3 महीने में हमको आईपीसी लेना था. 42 इयर्स के बाद में आईपीसी मिला था, और हमारी जिम्मेदारी मिली थी मेरे ऊपर और रिटर्न कर सर के ऊपर एज ऑर्गेनाइजिंग सेक्रेटरी. टास्क बहुत बड़ा था. 42 साल बाद नागपुर में आईपीसी करना. नागपुर में इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर नहीं है, और वो उस टाइप का एटमॉस्फेयर नहीं है, इंडस्ट्री नहीं है. तो ऐसे इसमें नागपुर में पैसा रेज करना है और उतने लोगों को अगर सर्विस देना, हाउ इट इज पॉसिबल. बट हमारा अप्रोच क्लियर था कि हमको करना क्या. बस हमारा एक ही एम था, वी हैव टू डू द बेस्ट. और उसके लिए हमने 3 महीने खुद को झोंक दिया. सुबह 9 से 3 कॉलेज, 3 बजे से रात को 12 बजे तक आईपीसी का ऑफिस, और 3 महीने कंटिन्यू एफर्ट्स लेने के बाद में इंडिया में आज तक की सबसे बेस्ट आईपीसी भी with the crowd of 11,400. This is the highest registered delegates number in last 72 years. 72 साल में सबसे ज्यादा आईपीसी में डेलीगेट्स आए, और पहली बार सीईओ और एचआर काउंसिल किया गया, जहां पे सीईओस भी आए और एचआर भी. बिकॉज आई एम आल्सो वर्किंग एज अ सेक्रेटरी, नेशनल सेक्रेटरी फॉर फार्मा एचआर सोसाइटी. आप लोग बोलोगे कि सर कहाँ का वर्क करते हैं. एचआर सोसाइटी में काम करने का रीजन यही था कि बच्चों को एक अच्छा प्लेसमेंट मिलना चाहिए. और आजकल जॉब के जो प्लेसमेंट है, दैट इज नॉट इन द हैंड्स ऑफ टेक्निकल. These jobs are available in the hands of HR professionals. तो HR लोगों को जब तक हम हमारे दरवाजे तक नहीं लाएंगे तब तक उनको पता कहाँ चलेगा. अदरवाइज जंगल में मोर नाचा देखा किसने. जैसा आज मैं यहाँ पे आया, मुझे पता चला कि इतना बड़ा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है कॉलेज. जब तक वो पर्सन आएगा ही नहीं तब तक आपको प्लेसमेंट देगा. So that's why I established one HR society in 2012. And this is the only pharma HR society which is working exclusively for pharma HR profession. Only one society in India, and around 170 HR CEOs and HR vice presidents are the members of that society. And we are working only for the good placement and trainings for the pharmacy student. And इसका अगर success देखा जाए तो in last 10 years, first time we got paid internship in pharmacy में आज तक आपने paid internship approach देखा नहीं था. Engineering में देखा है, management में भी देखा है. बट मुझे ख्वाब देखने की बहुत गंदी आदत है. मैं दिन में भी ख्वाब देखते थे. यहाँ बैठे बैठे भी ख्वाब ही देख रहा था क्या कर सकते हैं. और ख्वाब देखा था मैंने 2 साल पहले कि फार्मेसी में पेड इंटर्नशिप आनी चाहिए. And for that I started work last year, and last year I got a success for 8 paid internship in one medical devices company with 10,000 plus accommodation plus food and plus M.Com project. But again I started working, and this year I got 15 internship, out of which 5 internship ऐसे जिनका पैकेज ही 4 लाख का है. 4 लाख का पैकेज है ड्यूरिंग 1 ईयर. यानी उन्होंने अगर 1 साल का एमकॉम का प्रोजेक्ट वहां पे कर लिया तो उनकी एमकॉम की फीस भी वसूल हो रही, ऊपर से 1 लाख रुपए एक्स्ट्रा भी मिले. और उन बच्चों को उसके अलावा ट्रांसपोर्टेशन है, फूड है और 20 दिन की छुट्टी भी है कॉलेज में रेगुलर प्रोजेक्ट सबमिट कर. बस इतना ही करना पड़ा हमको कि हमारे जो इंटरनल गाइड्स थे उनको उस इंडस्ट्री में हमको 7 दिन के लिए ट्रेनिंग पे भेजना और 2 महीने में एक बार इनको विजिट के लिए भेजना पड़ता है, वेदर दे आर डूइंग देयर प्रोजेक्ट प्रॉपर्ली और. तो कुछ तो भी आपको आउट ऑफ द बॉक्स सोचना पड़ेगा. एंड दिस इज फॉर द स्टूडेंट. यू हैव टू थिंक आउट ऑफ द बॉक्स. जब आउट ऑफ द बॉक्स सोचोगे तभी कुछ आपके अंदर कुछ नयापन है. रोड से तो हजारों चलते हैं, उनके तरफ कोई नहीं देखता. जब रोड के दूसरे साइड से कोई अकेला चलते रहता तो उसके तरफ सभी की नजर जाए. तो ऑलवेज ट्राई टू कीप योरसेल्फ समथिंग डिफरेंट फ्रॉम अदर्स एंड चेंज योर एटीट्यूड. बी हंग्री फॉर योर बेटर करियर. ट्राई टू लर्न मोर एंड मोर. जितना पढ़ सकते हो पढ़ो. मैंने बीकॉम किया, उसके बाद एमबीए किया, उसके बाद एमकॉम किया, उसके बाद पीएचडी किया, उसके बाद एमबीए की पीएचडी किया. बस सीखने की इच्छा थी. एंड इंटरडिसिप्लिनरी अप्रोच अगर देखा जाए तो आई अप्लाइड ऑल द मैनेजमेंट रूल्स इन द फार्मेसी एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन. एक इंस्टीट्यूट एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन में लगाया. अदरवाइज कामठी जैसे भुक्कड़ गांव में फार्मेसी कॉलेज खड़ा करना इतना इजी नहीं था, क्योंकि आज अगर आपको कामठी में जाने के लिए बोले तो 2 बार सोचोगे आप, बिकॉज इट इज द मोस्ट सेंसिटिव. Pulgaon, Malegaon, Kamti, these are the sensitive places. But today I am not facing the problem, क्योंकि मैंने वहाँ पे मेरे पूरे मैनेजमेंट के जो भी मैंने पढ़ा था मैनेजमेंट करते वक्त, उसके मैंने जितने भी रूल्स थे वो पूरे मैंने इंस्टीट्यूट एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन में और इंस्टीट्यूट के मार्केटिंग में लगा दिए. क्योंकि अभी मुझे श्रीराम सर पूछ रहे थे सर आपका एमबीए का स्पेशलाइजेशन क्या था. मैंने बोला सर मेरा मार्केटिंग मेजर था और माइनर फाइनेंस था. ये दोनों चीजें मेरे काम में आई कॉलेज की मार्केटिंग करने के लिए. और माइनर जो था फाइनेंस, दैट इज एप्लीकेबल टू हैंडल माय एंटायर फी स्ट्रक्चर एंड कैलकुलेशन ऑफ ट्यूशन फीस एंड. सो ट्राई टू लर्न मोर, try to apply that knowledge which you gain from the various discipline or various conferences in your career or in your subject, and you will definitely get the success. Give your dedication, give your hard work, you will be definitely successful. सपने दिन में भी देखना चाहिए, रात में भी देखना चाहिए, लेकिन सपने वही होना चाहिए जो नींद में आए, वो नहीं जो आपकी नींद हराम कर दे, जो आपको नींद ना आने दे. ऐसे सपने देखो तो definitely you will get success. Once again, I am very much thankful to the Raisoni group for inviting me and giving opportunity to interact with my APIIR members, teachers, and as well as my beloved student, and also give the opportunity to interact with my very good friends from the Madhya Pradesh and UP. So once again, thank you, and thank you Anmol Madam for giving my brief introduction. Thank you, thank you.
We extend our heartfelt gratitude for your support and for being a part of this event, sir. Thank you so much once again. Now, I would like to request Dr. Sriram Joshi to present a token of love and gratitude to our eminent chief guest, Dr. Milind Umekar. Let's have a big round of applause.
I request Dr. Jignesh Doshi sir to present a token of love and gratitude to our eminent guest of honor, Dr. Prakash Chindwara. Please give a big round of applause.
Thank you so much, Doshi sir. We hope you had a rewarding and inspiring experience at APIIR 2023. Here, I declare that the inaugural ceremony is being concluded with further proceedings with the scientific session. Thank you so much.
Thank you for joining us on this remarkable journey of discovery. Let's make APIIR 2023 a memorable and transformative experience for all of us. Thank you so much. We will have a mesmerizing performance in a short while. To gear up for a cheerful start with remembrance of Ganpati Bappa, I would like to call upon our beloved students for welcome dance performance.
तेरे बिना मैं देश तो ताया कहाँ चला मैं तेरे बिना मैं देश तो ताया कहाँ चला मैं आकार मेरे लगा खाब मेरा साकार हो तेरे खाब मेरा मेरे टूर
Thank you so much, dear students, for mesmerizing performance. Hope you all are enjoying. Okay, I once again wholeheartedly thank you all of you. Now I hand over the mic to our students of B.Pharm 7 SEM, Mr. Vaibhav Jain and Ms. Nitika Bhaisare, to take over the further scientific sessions. Thank you so much, dear ones, and delegates and students, and hoping your enthusiasm lasts throughout the day. Will you be ready? Vaibhav?
A very warm good morning to all the respected dignitaries, teachers, my dear fellow students, and all the respected attendees present over here.
My name is Saikheda.
And my name is Vaibhav Jain. We are students of final year School of Pharmacy, Raisoni University, Saikheda.
With immense pleasure, we welcome you all on the first year international conference, Approach to the Pharmaceutical Insights through Interdisciplinary Research, organized by School of Pharmacy, CHHINDWARA University, Saikheda.
It's time to introduce the first speaker of the day, Dr. Shivam Srivastava sir. I would like to request our Dean sir, Dr. D.C. Sahu, to welcome Dr. Shivam Srivastava sir with a beautiful sapling. Sir has completed his bachelor's in pharmacy and master's in pharmacology from Rajiv Gandhi Pradyogiki Vishwavidyalaya, Bhopal, and doctorate in management studies from Indian Institute of Management Studies.
Started his career as a production supervisor in Pfizer Pharmaceuticals and currently is working as country manager with Zydus Lifecare in Tanzania.
He won Renexa International Championship conducted by Minardi for Africa and Middle East market in 2021. Another feather to his cap was he won All India number 2 Achievement Award in Minardi in year 2014.
He has also presented paper and won first prize in international conference at InnoFarm 2 in the year 2007. We are very privileged to have you, sir. It's our honor to invite you to the stage to share your expertise and insights with us, and we are very certain that your seminar will be thought-provoking and enlightening. Please join us with a big round of applause.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank for this remarkable event to Dr. Sahu, and I would also like to thank the team members of CHHINDWARA University that they are tirelessly working to make this event big. And I must say, you as a student should also thankful that they are organizing such kind of activity and they are working in your benefit so that you guys should understand, should get the maximum benefit like how the world is going around. So thank you everyone. My name is Shivam. I passed out B Pharma in 2010 from Bhopal. After that, as you already mentioned, but I'm still telling you. After that, I joined in a production for almost 1 year in Bangalore in Pfizer, and then after that, I changed the stream and I came into marketing team. I joined GlaxoSmithKline. After 3.5 years working in Glaxo, then I got opportunity to join another multinational group, which is Minardi. Minardi is its ranking is 32 in the world, if you check. And then working in Minardi like almost 4 or 5 years in India, I got opportunity to work in South Africa in Minardi. 2 years almost I worked in Minardi, South Africa. Now after 2 years, I shifted from South Africa to an East African country that is called Tanzania in Zydus as a country manager position. So, I traveled along to come here. I must say, please, you guys, if you have any questions, because we are still in the field seeing a lot of things, so please make this session interactive because I remember my college days when we were in the college in third year, fourth year. There were a lot of things because in books we study a lot of things, a lot of opportunities in the pharmacy. You see the career prospect. I think pharmacy jurisprudence या management में पूरा 2-3 chapter they cover. They tell you there is a lot of scope. But जब आप fourth year complete करते हैं, then after that you don't know anything. You know only two things because one is production and one is marketing. अभी थोड़ा थोड़ा मैं देखा हूँ कि pharmacovigilance और regulatory के लोग थोड़ा they start knowing these things, but still you don't know. You know maximum of your seniors, you guys, if you are knowing 10 people, those who are in pharmaceutical field, you know 6-7 those who are doing marketing, 2-3 those who are in production, 1-2 in academics, rest of us हमारा correction नहीं हो पाता. So that is the reason we don't know about the field. We don't know और जब तक हमें समझ आता है ना like हम किसी एक suppose करो आपने production ज्वाइन कर लिया आपने marketing start कर दी. When you really realize कि यार हम और कुछ अच्छा कर सकते थे और better हो सकता था, then already 6-7 years निकल चुके होते हैं. And that 7 years gap ना फिर से repay नहीं कर सकते because you see in these days population country का इतना high है And everywhere you go, they want someone who is having experience in the particular field. आप अगर regulatory में आपको जाना है तो they want someone who's having at least, but if you're in marketing or if you're in some other field and then suddenly you think कि मेरे को switch करना है, तो at that moment it is not that easy. अगर starting है तो my presentation I have just covered like something which I think will be benefited for you, will be useful for you, because you are in the critical zone of your career, because what you select will definitely after 10 years will get reward according to that. अभी इसमें से कितने लोग 4th ईयर में, 3rd ईयर वाले, फर्स्ट ईयर 2nd ईयर भी है? See, I'm again insisting. If you have having any question or something, some confusion, please feel free to ask, because that question, if I will like to answer as per my knowledge and my experience of 13-14 years, maybe it can help you. Okay. Now the topic which I have chosen for you guys, exploring the pharmaceutical industry career path, a comparative analysis of opportunities in India as well as abroad. See, the first slide which we are covering is the introduction. This presentation compares the career opportunities in the pharmaceutical industry in India as well as abroad. We will explore the similarities and differences in the job roles, salaries, and growth prospects. By the end of this presentation, I believe that you will have a better understanding of pharmaceutical industry and potential careers path which it offers. Just a small overview because I know you are pharma graduates, it is not that needed, but still, from the commercial perspective, it is needed. Explaining pharmaceutical industry overview is that industry is the good thing about pharmaceutical industry, it is more regulated as well as it involves the research, development, manufacturing, and distribution of drugs as well as medical devices. The industry you can divide into several sectors which include research, development, manufacturing, sales, marketing, as well as now see the third slice in job roles and in the pharmaceutical industry. The pharmaceutical industry offers a wide range of job roles, including research scientists, clinical trial managers, regulatory affairs specialists, manufacturing technicians, sales representative. Each job requires a different set of skills and qualifications, and it offers different opportunities for career growth as well as advancement. Now coming towards the education and qualification, most job roles in pharmaceutical industry requires a bachelor's or master's degree in the relevant field such as biology, chemistry, or pharmacology. Some roles such as research scientists and clinical trial managers may require PhD or MD in addition to formal education. Many roles, specifically certifications and training, such as good manufacturing practices and GMP certification. Fine. See these things which we discussed, those things you already have must read in the books also. But now what we are going to discuss that will not get in books. Okay. So please pay attention on this. See, pharmacy we all have studied in the teacher. Everyone they say there is a very big scope. Now I must tell you how big the scope is. In today's world, pharma market of whole world. How many countries are in the world? दुनिया में कितने देश हैं टोटल? Anyone knows? As per data, it is 195 now. Okay, 195 countries मिलके 250 billion US dollar का medicine produce करती हैं. 250 billion dollar. India अकेले 43 million dollar contribute करता है. It is 33%. Now you just imagine the power or the scope which Indian country have. मतलब दुनिया जितनी मेडिसिन प्रोड्यूस करती है ऑलमोस्ट उसका 1/3 हम प्रोड्यूस करते हैं एज एन इंडिया. नाउ इफ यू सी इन कमिंग 6-7 years, okay, in coming 7 years if you come like 2030 में वर्ल्ड ने अपने लिए टारगेट सेट किया हुआ है कुछ 520 बिलियन का, 520 बिलियन US डॉलर, जिसमें इंडिया का कंट्रीब्यूशन अगेन इज 150. मींस सोचो यू आर लिविंग इन सच ए कंट्री जो वर्ल्ड में जो मेडिसिन बिकती हैं जो प्रोड्यूस हो रही है ना, हमारी कंट्री 25% प्रोड्यूस करती है. तो नाउ हियर यू कैन इमेजिन व्हाट इज द ग्रोथ इन द पर्टिकुलर फील्ड, द पर्टिकुलर सेगमेंट. ओके And another important thing, anyone is aware of this thing कि India का ranking क्या है? Like if you see three major markets in pharmaceutical. Okay, so what is the ranking of India here? Anyone? Any idea? See, if we talk about volume wise, there are two rankings which India holds among all the countries. अगर हम volume wise बात करें तो we score third ranking. मतलब if you talk pills to pill, apple to apple comparison, India is number 3. But if you talk about the revenue wise, we are on the 14th. हम 14th रैंकर हैं अगर हम रेवेन्यू की बात करते हैं, and we are just if you talk about the volumes, the number of pills या number of medicines जो India produce कर रहा है, we are number 3. From here also you guys can go relate ki why pharmacy is important and how it is important. Now see, after you guys complete your 4th year, you will definitely go start your career. Someone will do GPAT preparation, they will do masters. More interested people can go for PhD. Someone will opt MBA. But see, there is a common path which we all have to follow. If you are going in academics, okay, college is the good thing. But suppose if we are trying to make our career in the commercial aspect, कितने लोग ऐसे हैं जिनको लगता है कि हाँ हमें कंपनी में ही जाना है, कंपनी में किसी को नहीं जाना है, अच्छा ठीक है. See, I'm just trying to make your job easy. Like see, first thing which you have to do when you first thing यार जब भी आप अपना कोर्स कंप्लीट करो ना, make sure that you start the job. If you are job oriented and career oriented, start the job. Don't just sit and wait. Start कि हम wait करेंगे जब अच्छा job मिलेगा ना तब start करेंगे. बहुत से लोग ना they do this kind of small mistakes. They just 6 for 6 months, 1 year. They just say no. अरे यार क्या कर रहे हैं? बोले GPAT preparation कर रहे हैं. क्या कर रहे हैं? बोले कैट की प्रिपरेशन कर रहे हैं. सी यू गाइस नो योर पोटेंशियल बिकॉज आप ना चाइल्डहुड से आपके 10 के मार्क्स, आपके 12 के मार्क्स एंड देन बी फॉर्म में हाउ यू आर परफॉर्मिंग, यू नो योरसेल्फ वेरी वेल. सो खुद को डिसीव करना है जस्ट टू शो समवन ना, डोंट गो फॉर दैट. डू समथिंग एंड आई विल सजेस्ट ना दैट इफ यू आर रियली इन दैट मोड कि हां मुझे जीपैट क्लियर करना है, then give your 100% on that thing. Because see, in this thing now, what is the most important part of the life? What people say, don't listen to that, but you know yourself very well. So consistency is the major thing. आप दूसरों को दिखाने के लिए if you are doing something and that after 2 years you are not getting result, then that is not worthwhile. So best thing है कि what you want to do, just do. Start something small, एक छोटा company और कहीं भी related thing, and then slowly ना you will start getting those kind of connections. But it is just inside. This is the top 10 Indian companies. Okay, the companies, suppose you are searching for job, I must say try to aspire in this top 10, because these companies has the international recognition also. That's what I can say. All the companies are good, no company is bad. If you are getting some opportunities in any company, just go with it, but always try to come something which lies in the list of top 10, I must say top 20, because these companies, these organizations will definitely make you learn lot of things which will definitely help you in shaping your career in the future. Okay, you all know these companies, you all must have heard these names, or any name is new to you. अच्छा, anyone just asking, आपको किसी इंडियन कंपनी के CEO या मैनेजिंग डायरेक्टर, you know anyone by just name, you have any interest in that? Dilip Sangvi, Kiran Mazumdar-Shaw. You're hearing these names first time, right? Okay. Just for information, Dilip Sangvi is the owner of Sun Pharma. Kiran Mazumdar-Shaw, she's from Biocon. Okay, these are very eminent personalities. And one more suggestion from my side, I will suggest you guys that start noticing these people. Okay, you will get the information from Google also. Because see, if you are in field, in a certain field, Sundar Pichai, how many of you know? Now you see, you know Sundar Pichai because you are using Google, but you are eating medicine of Cipla, Sun Pharma, Glaxo, but you don't know the name of the CEO. You just see, we belong to a field which is the pharmacy, so we must definitely know who are the top notch from our field. And then you can follow these people on LinkedIn. How many of you are having LinkedIn account? Good. The Facebook तो सबका रहता है. LinkedIn is actually a professional thing. You can send connections to these big peoples and they accept also. They have their account. At least you will come to know what new things are going on. Okay, so it will definitely help you to connect with the industry. Yeah. So. Now see, these are the previous list which I showed you was the 10 companies which are very good in India. And these are the top 10 world pharma companies. I must say, if someone is opting his career in either regulatory or marketing or production, you should definitely try, when you start your career now from anywhere, in 2 years, try to get the opportunity in these kind of companies. These are like Pfizer. Pfizer name everyone knows. Okay. Second one is Novartis. Third one is Johnson and Johnson. Everyone knows. Okay. Sanofi, Merck, AstraZeneca, GlaxoSmithKline, Roche, Bristol Myers, and Eli Lilly. Eli Lilly also, I think everyone knows. Eli Lilly is the innovator of insulin. Today, whatever insulin you see, it's a human-made insulin, and Eli Lilly was the first company who designed insulin. GlaxoSmithKline, how many of you know? All of you drink Horlicks. Horlicks is the brand of GlaxoSmithKline. Calpol, you use Calpol. Calpol is GSK. See, these company products, you must have come across. But the thing is, about the connectivity, you must not have seen this company the product है. But I am pretty sure you must have used these company product almost like day-to-day life. Okay. So if you are searching for a good career in the, I must say, in this thing commercial sector, the first thing which you have to do, make sure that you start your career early. Because if you start your career early, you will get more time to explore what you have to do or what you have to do. Second agenda, try to get job in initial 2 years, try to get in these multinational companies. If you get in these multinational companies, automatically you will have those kind of contacts. They will groom you in such a way that you will start knowing what is happening. Okay. Now see, these are very simple things. Actually, you see, simple things if you do daily, definitely you will become expertise in that. Okay, and most of the path to success starts from simple things only. You remember when we were kids, we started from ABCD. Now from ABCD, we learning that time. Now we read big names like paracetamol. Correct. We read big names like etorecoxib, semaglutide. So everything is a basic. And I must say, when you just pass out from the college, never stop reading, because that is the only thing which persists with you. Okay. So what I am trying to explain, how to get job in either India or abroad. It's a very simple thing. First thing, continuously gain knowledge. Continuously gain, never stop learning. Okay, because it is very important thing, especially in any segment you are. Try to be in touch with the pharmacology, try to be in the touch with APIIR, posology. These are the pharmaceutics. These three, four things are very important, because you will go anywhere in any interview you will definitely get these kind of questions. Like any interview you sit even in production also, they will ask, have you seen disintegrating apparatus? What is the procedure? And you have to answer if you have to get yourself in the interview. You will sit for regulatory, then they will ask you about pharmacology. Like, tell me the mode of action of, let's say, aspirin. So these are the very basic things. So you must know, if you want that, you should get a good opportunity, a good start now. What is the dose of, let's say, propanol? What is the dose of nifedipine? They ask these kind of questions in interviews. So if someone is telling you, if you know, no, it is not important, you will just go there and get a job. Definitely you will go there and get a job. But if you want that your career should grow in a extravagant path, you should continuously aspire yourself for gaining the knowledge. Okay, and knowledge is the only thing. You will start, you will get promotion, you will go higher. If you will have knowledge, definitely you will. But if you just stop learning at certain level, you will be just stopping yourself over there only. Okay, as per data analysis, 90% people, they stop gaining knowledge once they just pass graduation. They stop. You see, that is the reason we have only one CEO in the company. We have only one dean. We have only those positions are for someone those who are consistently, developing themselves. So one advice which I can give you right now: never stop gaining the knowledge. Second thing, communication skill development. See, the problem which most of us people will have is the communication. Many times what happens, we know the thing. If someone asks, a teacher asks a question in the class, you know the mode of action or you know what is the correct cycle, but you have a stage fear. You cannot just answer it in the class. You cannot raise your hands. You feel, okay, what people will say. Communication development, skill development is very, 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 very important, I can say. You know less, but I have seen people, those who know less, but they present in such a beautiful way that everyone thinks that they know better than someone who knows whole thing. This thing, I must say, you all should start working on this because it's a very, very, very important thing. After gaining knowledge, communication development is the most important thing. That's what I can say. Third thing, if you say, is the presentation skills like MS Office, Excel. How many of you know these MS Office, Excel, PPT? Okay. If you guys don't know, let the college finish, or if you can, there are small courses in the internet online in which you have to pay like 400, 500 rupees. It's not much. You can just add some course from the internet, and then you can learn. You see, I'm telling you, once you get in job, once you get in production, once you get in, you become research scientist, you become regulatory, you become in sales, PPTs, Excels, that is the only life. Because everything is nowadays computerized. You have to present the data. When you go some higher position, no one is asked how you are doing this. They are only interested in what exactly is the data. Correct? So you should definitely learn these skills, because if you learn these skills from today, it is definitely going to help you to grow in your career. And fourth is, and the most important thing, be professionally active. Why I mentioned only LinkedIn? Because LinkedIn is a professional site. Okay, you will find everyone there. Everyone means starting from the company CEOs to vice president, president of the company, medical rep of the company, research scientists, professors of JNU, professors of IT, everyone is there. You just need to find someone. If you know the name, you can just write the name, you'll find the person. If you don't know the name of some person, write the name of the institute, let's say GlaxoSmithKline, and then click on people, you will just come to know that how many people are working, then accordingly you can find, you may be someone of your, someone from your school, someone from your college, someone from your neighbor. You don't know the person, but he is working in such an organization. He or she can also guide you for that. What to do, what not to do. So if you're not doing it, try that you make a profile on LinkedIn. Another most important thing, keep you touch with your seniors, your colleagues, as well as college students. See, your seniors are the person, those who are getting those opportunities before you. They know everything what on real ground is happening. Your professors are the person, those under them, let's say anyone who's having 10 years of experience, more than 500 students graduated under him. Okay, postgraduate under him, has done PhD under him. They definitely will have a better connections than you are having. You know your class, 60 people. Maybe you are knowing 10 poor people in your neighborhood, 70 people. Okay, out of 70, let's say 50, 60 are your from your same field. Correct? But if you just imagine a professor who is having 400 students graduated under him, out of 400, don't you think that 200, 250 must be in his connection? And they can definitely inform you where is the vacancy, which good company is coming, what good molecule is coming, and you trust they are very updated in those things. Okay? So make your professional connection make very good. Because this is the small things which looks very basic, but we don't give importance to these things, but these are the only things which help. Abhi, like see, you know, like how the pharmaceutical career in India is. Everyone is quite aware of it. Okay. Now, and in books also, you must have read that how the pharmaceuticals are in abroad. Here is just, I don't know you are aware of it, but I just for your knowledge, because that time when we were kids, we were not knowing these exams even exist also. Okay, that time Google was also not that aware. We were not aware of those things. So it is just my my hard work that I wanted that you guys should know. If someone is interested, can approach. Now see, career in pharmacist and career of pharmacy in abroad. There are two different things, and abroad career is really as good which we read in both. Okay. Now, just example, someone who is thinking of going to United States or making a career over there, it is not that easy. You just go there and start. You, as in India, we have this exam of GPAT and all. Na? In United States, also there is an exam called NAPLEX. Okay, if you want, you can just click the picture, write down the name and books and all. You can find from Google. Okay, if you are there, if you are qualifying this NAPLEX exam, then you know in a United States you can easily practice as a pharmacist, as a regulatory or anything. Okay. Now, second most alluring country is the Canada. Now, just another exam is PEBC. These both exams have three papers. The next one is Australia is the CAPS. You know, Australia exam, the good thing about CAPS is CAPS has total 3 exams which you have to give. Out of 3 exams, 2 exams you can give from India also. You can sit in your university, you can sit in MAP or any part of the India. This is an online exam. If you qualify those 2 exams now, then definitely they will give you this flight ticket also. They will provide you job also. You can go there, you can start your career, you can clear the third exam within phase of like 1.5 to 2 years. Fourth country is New Zealand. New Zealand also follow the same thing as a CAPS. Ireland is following PSI, and South Africa follows this foreign workforce. So like this, you can find more other countries from the Google itself that which country is taking which exam, and accordingly you can prepare yourself. And this is one of the best thing. If you clear the exam and then you go to those kind of countries, now your career will definitely be on hike within 7 to 8 years. Sir. Now coming towards the salary and compensation. Okay, now see, it's a bare truth that salaries outside the nation is much more than what we get in India. But there is a reason also. In India, the competition is high, number one, and the things are pretty economic also. Like just giving you an example, you purchase a paracetamol bottle in rupees 35, Calpol bottle. Okay, but the place where we live now, it is like rupees 1200. This is the difference. That's why initially what I explained to you guys, India is number 3 in producing the bulk medication volume wise, but when it comes to value, we are number 14. Okay, so if you compare the salaries, those who are working outside, those are working here, is different because the expenses are also different, right? But I must say that if someone, those who are interested to work abroad or those who have that kind of aspiration, they should definitely try through those exams, try through to get the openings, because yeah, everywhere it is good. So, see, now coming back to the boring slides again, career growth and advancement. As already mentioned, pharmaceutical industry offers many opportunities to you for your career growth as well as advancement. Entry level roles जो होते हैं, such as manufacturing technicians, sales representative, can lead to the higher level roles such as research scientist and regulatory affairs specialist. Many companies offer training programs and mentorship opportunities to help employees to develop their skill and advance their career. One more thing, a small thing I just wanted to mention here from the practical aspect. When we pass out the course, that time our thinking is कि हम like let's say 4 लाख से कम का पैकेज में मैं ज्वाइन नहीं कर रहा, 3 लाख से कम के पैकेज में मैं ज्वाइन नहीं कर रहा. Many students have that kind of attitude. कभी कहीं आपको स्टार्टिंग में जॉब ऑफर कर रहा है, someone is giving you let's say 2 लाख दे रहा है वो yearly, but you say no, I know X from my family, he is doing this job, I know Y from the neighborhood is doing this job. हम अपने आप को ना constrain कर लेते हैं. Never do such kind of things. You know, when you start early, definitely you will end up good. Okay, और आप किसी भी कंपनी में जाओगे ना, let's say जो भी हायर पोजीशन होती है ना, आप you will find सबने बेसिक से स्टार्ट किया होता है. वो even I tell you, people those who pass out from my NIPER all of you know, right? Okay. जो NIPER से भी pass out करते हैं ना, they also start as a trainee, but the difference is ना, they work for trainee alone. A normal person who did B.Pharm, M.Pharm from a college, and a person who did B.Pharm, M.Pharm from a NIPER, difference कहाँ आता है पता है? वो growth time में difference आता है. NIPER से पास हुआ बंदा 10 साल के अंदर वो कंपनी में VP लग जाए, वाइस प्रेसिडेंट बन जाए. आप अगर ऑर्डिनरी मतलब एक नॉर्मल कॉलेज से पास आउट हो तो आपको शायद 15 साल लगेंगे, लेकिन ग्रोथ पाथ सेम होता है. दैट्स व्हाई यू नो आई स्टार्टेड इन बिगिनिंग की नॉलेज गेनिंग इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. इस एज में जिस एज में आप हो ना, बहुत से ऐसे लोग भी आपको मिलते हैं जो बोलते हैं पढ़ने लिखने से कुछ नहीं होता है. होता ही होगा. मेनी ऑफ योर कलीग्स आल्सो, मेनी पीपल आल्सो दे से कुछ नहीं होता, पास तो हो ही रहे ना. इट इज ट्रू, पास तो हो ही रहे हैं, आगे भी पास होते रहेंगे. बट यू सी द डिफरेंस. पास होना फिर लाइफ ऐसी ही चलेगी. पास हो रहे हो तो जिंदगी में सिर्फ पास ही करेगी. यू गॉट दैट? जिंदगी में सिर्फ पास ही करेगी. एवरी टाइम यू हैव टू लुक व्हाट बेटर वी कैन डू. So that's why I strictly emphasize on knowledge gaining is a very important thing in life. You should definitely work in that direction, because this is the only thing which is going to sustain with you. बाकी दूसरी चीजें कुछ ज्यादा मैटर नहीं करती. अगर आप नॉलेज कंटिन्यूअसली गेन करेंगे, it is true that one day definitely you will grow into very big shape. Now next thing is the research and development. See, research and development is the critical sector of pharmaceutical industry, responsible of discovering and developing new drugs and medical devices. R&D role requires a strong background in science and research and involves working in the laboratory setting and conduct the experiment and analyze the data. R&D roles offer opportunities of innovation and discovery, but also it is highly competitive. As I mentioned you, there are many job opportunities. If someone opts his career as a research scientist, then also, as I mentioned earlier, also you need to be highly skilled. Gaining knowledge is important. Again, I must say you should have M.Pharm, good M.Pharm, and you should have PhD. Then that will definitely help. Coming towards the clinical trials, you guys are aware what clinical trial exactly is? Everyone? Fine. Clinical trial is an essential part of the drug development process and involves testing in the new drugs and medical devices on the human subjects. Clinical trial roles require a strong understanding of medical ethics and regulations, as well as experience in the managing complex project and coordinating with the multiple stakeholders. Clinical trial roles offer opportunities to make a direct impact on the patient health and well-being. See, nowadays, like I must say, after 2015, clinical trials and pharmacovigilance. All of you know what pharmacovigilance is. Okay, you have someone from your college or friends who is already working in clinical trials and pharmacovigilance. Brilliant. See, clinical trials and pharmacovigilance ना अभी एकदम से 2015 के बाद से ना बहुत अच्छा work किया है. And the job in this is to make sure कि the drugs which are under phase 4 trial, phase 4 में जो drugs रहती हैं which are in the market, and you have to find out the areas, and that is also a very good job. You can just sit on the laptop and data is coming to you. You have to proactively just store the data and analyze. Okay, and it's really very good opportunity. Second, coming to the clinical trials, अभी बहुत सारी companies ने ना एक नई post launch की है पिछले कुछ time से. That post is called medical listener. Medical listener is a very good job. It's one of the highest paying job in the pharmaceutical industry. Medical listener job is that if a company launches a medicine, let's say semaglutide ले लो, अभी recent launch है, या zofinopril ले लो, ये Italian company का launch था. That time they hire a strict pharmacist. They will not hire for this job, someone from biology or someone from chemistry. They will hire someone strict, those who are pharmacy graduates, and those people go to the top-notch tables, top-notch scientists, and they collect their data and the feedback, how the drug is doing, especially in the phase 4 trials. So what I can say, you can think for these things also. कि अभी इंडिया में hardly 10 या 12 ही medical licenser हैं, ज़्यादा है भी नहीं. But when you guys will graduate, I think in the 4-5 years, definitely the company will need those kind of people. When you have that good understanding of this medicine, this APIIR, how the pharmacokinetics, pharmacodynamics, then pharmacokinetics and dynamics, then definitely you qualify for this kind of job. Okay. So this clinical trials and pharmacobusiness also is a good thing. You guys can just think of it. Now coming towards the manufacturing part, I will not say much on this because most of us they know that after pharmacy manufacturing, everyone knows that you go in the plant, you learn a lot of things. See, in those things now, I must suggest you should once you complete your this thing B Farm, and if you are aspire to go to the manufacturing segment now, I must suggest you should have some technical course of GMP studies also, because in industry they follow the GMP, and it will definitely add advantage to your value, no doubt your salary also. Coming towards the sales and marketing, see, sales and marketing role is to promote and selling the drugs. Again, this job also most of us know this job. You must be having a lot of friends, those who are in marketing, right? You know this job. This job is to promote the medicine to the doctors, and it has no doubt they must have told you that a lot of targets and all, everything is there. Okay, but that is also a good job. You can just think of it, because see, those people, those who are vice president, those who I have told you those things now. If you see their career, you will find they are sometimes they have done the job of sales, then followed by some good management course, and then with the course of time, let's say 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, depending on the skill of the person, they get that kind of position. So, coming to the next, regulatory affairs. Regulatory affairs is the sector for the pharmaceutical industry responsible for ensuring that drugs and medical devices meet regulatory requirements and safe and effective for use. Now see, you must have observed that these days now we don't have a lot of medicine which is being researched. Already 732 something medicine hai, if you include everything, all the antibiotics, all the this NSAID, all the anti-cancer drugs, like total there are 732 medications which are right now. Maybe abhi data change ho 750 ho gaya, but nowadays you see lot of research molecules नहीं आते, because you must have studied कि एक research molecule बनाने में they spend like billion and billion of dollars. And at the same time, ये भी हुआ that every country has got this understood the importance of pharmacy. Now, regulatory affairs, the job of a regulatory person is to make sure that whatever drug, like suppose let's say a small drug, कोई भी पकड़ लो, let's say nifedipine. अभी nifedipine suppose from India, you want to export it to some XYZ country. So that medicine should be registered in that country. That registration job, plant registration thing, product registration, drug registration, everything is done by the guy who's doing regulatory affairs. So regulatory affairs is also these days are emerging like everything. You guys can think of that also as a career, because no doubt it's office job, and the good thing you will get opportunity also to travel in those countries. You will have a touch with the market also, because what is going in the market, you will definitely get the feedback. According to that feedback, company will ask you to register that drug. You can start your own also. You can service as a free consultant to the many of the companies. Those who are interested in registering the medicine from one country to another. See, opportunities in India. I think that part we have already discussed. Like I mentioned to you that India is one of the third largest exporter of medicine. Third largest. And if you see volume wise, almost we are capturing like 30%. Whatever if world is producing, let's say $290 million, $290 billion, India is producing almost 45, which is one fourth. So from that kind of perspective, you guys can understand कि अगर business बढ़ेगा तो automatically they will need more and more professionals to understand the thing, to do the things. So no doubt there is an immense untapped potential in the Indian market. We coming towards the point, opportunities abroad में कितनी हैं? That part also we covered. I told you the name of the examinations like CAP, SNAPLEX, PVC, which you need to qualify if you are aspiring your career for international, as well as other things is if you compare the job. I mentioned earlier also, no doubt salary is high, but your expenses are also high in that reflex only. So now you have to decide, because see, it depends on the priority also sometimes. Like what your priority is. Your priority is to be with the family and maintaining everything. Many people they are very good. One of my professor, he's a gold medalist from Maulana Azad National College, and he got opportunity, but he adopted and no, I want to be in India. Okay, so many people they choose. So it's your option that once only I can say it's ultimately your option. What you choose, you want to be here. Here also we have an untapped potential to do, because ultimately India is the country which is driving the world pharmaceutical market, right? And if you want to go outside, no doubt. In outside, if you go, the main thing where people gets money na the saving is. Like suppose here you are saving 20,000, but in United States or somewhere else, somehow you manage to save 30, let's say $500 also, na? That $500 become 40,000. That's the only part which that time in my college days I was not understanding how it works. But this is the only thing which what money you save there, that money comes and becomes in a good amount in India. If you compare career wise, opportunities are almost same. Another most important thing that in the books we have read that that time the pharmacists are the people those who give medicine and doctor are the people those who diagnose. You must have read it. But in India, if you see, there is no role of that. Doctors only write the medicine, doctor only diagnose the disease, and pharmacists they don't give that much importance. But I tell you honestly, if you go outside India, it's a totally different picture. Without asking pharmacist, doctor has no authority to write any single medication. For example, suppose if we take two NSAID, any two NSAID, like let's say third generation cephalosporin, there are many. Now suppose a hospital is having one third generation cephalosporin, that is cefixime in its formulary, and doctor wants that he want to add another third generation, then that is practically not possible until and unless pharmacist gives approval of it. So if you see ego wise, respect wise, and understand, we all know that kind of job like जहाँ पे हम सेठ बन के बैठे हैं. We all like that. We should have that importance. कि जो भी काम हो, people should ask us. Our sign is important. Everyone likes that phrase, right? It's a human nature. So if you're aspiring for certain kind of thing, then definitely working as a pharmacist in outside is really good if you have really that kind of aspiration. See, what are the challenges and opportunities? Opportunities we have discussed. Challenge, I can say if you're working somewhere outside, challenge is the monotonous life. Because you're leaving your family, everyone here, and you're outside the country. Sometimes is you're having everything, but life becomes monotonous. Doing the same thing every day it becomes monotonous. And second most important thing, I will say, if you ask me, I have really seen there are people the challenge is companies want to hire good people, but when they interview, they find that the knowledge and the experience level is not that high. So that is a challenge for the organization perspective. So for that thing, you guys can work on yourself so that you get the better opportunity in the future. Coming towards the conclusion is very simple and straight. You have to change within yourself. Industry has very immense potential that I have already explained to you. Still, up to next 7 years, market $150 billion से grow करने वाला है. So it depends on you that how you guys are prepared to take that opportunity to catch that opportunity. It's totally you who can change your own life. Thank you very much for your patience listening. If anyone, thank you very much for your patience listening. If anyone wants to ask anything or any question is in your mind, so you guys can ask. Okay.
So you can elaborate the concept of medical licensure after M.Com or which exam required also.
For medical licensure, you don't need to have any exam. For medical licensure, the good thing is your understanding for pharmacology and APIIR should be very good. Most of the companies right now they take someone who have PhD in the pharmacology. The reason behind, like I mentioned, like any new medication, suppose it's a totally new medication, your job is to conduct the clinical trials as well as your job is to convince a doctor to use that medication. So it's that's why. So they will roll out the position. अभी रिसेंटली मेरे को आया था कहीं से मुंडी ग्रुप है जर्मनी का कहीं का दे वांटेड समवन बट उसमें आपका एम फार्म फार्माकोलॉजी या पीएचडी इज द प्रेफरेबल थिंग but main thing is your understanding should be very good for medical license. Okay, thank you everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your thoughtful and valuable insights with us. I request Dr. Dhanashree Tumne ma'am to present sir appreciation and a letter and token of gratitude to Dr. Shivam Srivastava.
It's a reminder to all the participants of oral and poster presentation to be there present for their respective oral and poster presentations at Conference Hall and T02. Moving further, Or before moving further, it's time to take a short break. So I request everyone to have the lunch and we'll gather at 2:15 p.m. sharp for the next session. Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me? Hello.
A very good afternoon to all the delegates present here. I am Saikheda.
And I am Vanshika Dalwadi, and we are from BPharm final year CHHINDWARA University. And we together invite you all in the second half of our international conference, day 1, that is APIIR, Approach to Pharmaceutical Insights for Interdisciplinary Research.
The conference aims to focus on exploring innovative and collaborative approaches in the field of pharmaceuticals. By bringing experts together from various disciplines, the conference aims to foster interdisciplinary research and provides insight into the development, production, and utilization of pharmaceuticals.
Now, it's time for our next guest lecture in online mode by respected Dr. Sachin sir from Switzerland. Sir is a Deputy Director, Head of Formulation, Analytical and Drug Product Development at IGNOS Sciences, formerly known as Landmark Pharmaceuticals SA since 2014. Sir has completed Doctor of Philosophy in Pharmaceutical Sciences in 2011 from Skin Bioengineering Group, School of Pharmaceutical Sciences, University of Geneva, Switzerland. Sir has total 24 publications, that is 22 published and 3 communicated. Sir has 5 chapters published and 2 are in preparation. He has been awarded with the Best Poster Award, Chairman Excellence Award, Business Excellence Award, BNS Distinguished Alumni Award, and many more.
We feel extremely grateful to interact with you, sir, in online mode. So please welcome Dr. Sachin sir with a huge round of applause.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me? Someone need to confirm whether you can hear me. Guys, can you hear me? No. Can someone please confirm if I am audible? Can you hear me? Am I good to go? Hello. Do you see now? Okay. Okay, good. I assume you are able to hear me. I think, yeah, okay, great. First of all, thanks a lot for your kind introduction. As you see, my association has recently changed. I joined KBI Biopharma recently. Nonetheless, I was involved with IgnoScience and KBI Biopharma. KBI Biopharma recently, IgnoScience and Glenmark Pharma in past for significant period of time. What we are going to do today is, I'm pretty sure as a B.Pharm student, you would know a lot about drug development, at least the traditional way of drug development. And I'm going to brief you about and introduce the terminology and the approach from quality by design. This is more of a holistic approach. I've tried to take some examples as well so that you can always compare to it. More and more from an industry perspective, we are getting dossiers submitted as quality by design. Okay. What we are going to see today is we'll see the drug development process and how costly it is, the different stages there. We'll then see the traditional approach. Then we will ask ourselves why QBD and what exactly is QBD itself, how we are going to apply it. There are some examples in toolbox, and then we'll conclude. So starting with drug development cost, this is a little bit old compilation, but if you see, the two key messages are that drug development is lengthy process, 9 years. And overall, back around 2000, it was already costing 800 million. I like this slide only because this is a slide which divides it by different phases, the expense by different phases. And if you see the major cost, half of it comes from phase 2, phase 3. While even after conducting the phase 3 clinical trial, it is still quite expensive to follow up on the regulatory perspective. Yet another way of looking at it from the cost, just from the cost, overall cost perspective, it's an increasing trend, right? So it was somewhere around 1.2 billion. It's an average value, but all in all, the key message is that it's going up and up every year. What does it contribute to on a very high level? Once again, there are 3 or 4 main steps to make a molecule to a drug. The very first step is identifying that candidate. So the drug discovery and lab research, this takes place like chemical synthesis, for instance, SAR studies, etc., etc. In biology, this is more to do cell line development, identifying sequence, and so on and so forth. Then the next step goes through is, and there are a lot of screening which are being done from these 5,000, 10,000 candidates or the molecules themselves to go to the preclinical testing. Now, preclinical testing, as you know, is more about testing them in animal. Now more and more into models, lab on chip type of models. But this is preclinical in the sense that before human, right? So this is evaluation in ex vivo models as well as animals. At this point, animal model for the new drug is still very, very prevalent. The next stage is then the clinical trial itself, which means testing the molecule with human candidates. Many of you must know that these are three-stage program, 1, 2, 3, which is until the approval. There is a stage 4 or phase 4, which happens after the approval as well. Nonetheless, as the phase goes up, 1, 2, 3, the number of patients, number of candidates to be involved goes up as well, and the cost as well. Followed by the submission of the dossier. So all that work which has been done for last 8, 10, 12 years, that is submitted to regulatory agencies like FDA or EMA. And then you get the molecule approved for the commercialization. A new molecule comes up into commercialization. So it's a very lengthy process. Number one, it's a very costly process as well. And it's a very risky process as well. So you start with 10,000 molecules, keeps on decreasing, and finally you get one drug which is approved. Now the ratio can be slightly different for different indication, different type of classes. For small molecule, the area have been explored and the chance of success a little bit lesser than large molecule, where the number of candidate explored are still quite a lot. Okay. Now let's look at the traditional approach of drug development. So the traditional approach of drug development is really focused on controls, right? The controlling from quality perspective, quality control as a final step. It checks everything. Every industry have a final quality control, QC, who check it on the release specification, right? So if a product meets your release specification, based on traditional approach, the product is deemed fit to be released in the market, right? There's much limited focus on how we reach to that level, right? So those specifications are required to be met, and in order to meet those specifications, the process have to be very tightly controlled, right? So we have to use the same thing every time consistently in order to meet the QC specification to be. All in all, it's a time and effort intensive overall on a regular basis. So when you run the batch on a very rigid focus, it becomes very expensive and time consuming. Now, if I compare it with the QBD approach or Six Sigma approach as well, as I already mentioned, the traditional way is more looking into the quality of quality control approach, while the QBD approach is more based on the process optimization, the process parameter definition. And I will tell you in a little while afterwards. The process on the traditional part is more focused on controlling the production every time consistently, very, very tightly. Okay. While on the QBD approach, there are more flexibility, and thereby it's a early heavy process, but once the process is locked, you have more flexibility to work around. Okay. Once again, just to compress it in a more words, I would say the processes are more frozen. Any change to a traditional approach will have to be approved by the regulatory agency to which the commercial drug is approved for. And just consider that if the approved drug is for 50 different regulatory agencies, then you have to have the same process update to be done on the same. While on the other side, QBD approach is very flexible. You define the design space. I will tell you what exactly design space is, but you don't go with the process necessarily precisely, but you go with a design space. And as far as you are within that design space, you are considered to be acceptable for the final product. Now, one thing I would like to point out, it's not that the QC is completely taken out. The quality control is still there. It still has to be a release specification. So those criterias are there, but um, those are much more wider. They are much less stricter from the perspective. It's a more holistic approach and not just one end basis, right? We'll probably go to the QBD straight now. So what is QBD? QBD, in a very, very simplistic term, is a well characterized, controlled, and flexible process. Now you will say control and flexible at the same time. I will explain you why it is possible to control while still being flexible. The reason being, we define a design space, and if we are in that design space, that is where the flexibility comes with. So you don't have to control the process to the point, but you can control the process within that design space. Okay. It has several advantages to the manufacturer, to the regulators. Some of those is reduced time to market. Why so? Once a type of molecule has been defined, so like for example, there are at least 100 monoclonal antibody which are in market, and if one manufacturer have developed, let's assume 5 of those, and I'm talking about, let's say, bigger ones. So if someone has developed 5 molecule of the same class, then you understand that process, that molecule, that background very, very well, right? And you can leverage on it. If you develop a QBD approach, you can leverage on it, thus reducing the overall time to the market. We already discussed about the flexibility. Reducing documentation, once again, we can leverage on from the information which we have from the past molecules. If we have 5 molecules developed, same class, we can use the data, the information coming from those 5 class of molecule for the 6th submission, right? Authorities, regulatory agencies recommend it. This is more open communication. We define the plan together with them. So when we build the design space, we bring in the regulatory input together at the same point. And they are onboarded much ahead. So the risk of getting failure at the end becomes much less because we have regulatory agencies input much earlier. There's a higher guarantee of quality for every production, just because we are into that design space overall. From regulators, what are the advantages? Some of the advantage for them are they are onboarded much early, so they understand the whole development process, and thereby they can shorten the overall approval timeline. So what is typically for a standard process between 1.5 to 2 years, for a QBD approach where regulators are onboarded much early on, this process, this overall approval can be easily shortened by 6 months to a year. Okay. They have a much better oversight of quality because it's not just the QC which is controlling, but also the process part and the development overall as well. Overall, it's low cost as well. The reason for lowering cost is because, yes, this is true that to start with, to develop, we will have to put much more effort, but then there is much lesser QC reject when we have the final product locked. This is a high level summarization of what QBD is. So as I mentioned, overall or traditionally, we have QA QC based control, which is one part of QBD, certainly there. But if you see, the major part of QBD is really taken care by process, right? So the process definition, understanding on it, building on it, leveraging on the knowledge from that, understanding of process, including technology, is playing a much, much bigger part there. QBD also have personnel qualification, which is which is of course there for the standard approach as well. But once again, you can leverage on a training performed for someone for one type of molecule for the second, if it is very much the same. So it's I would say it's a very holistic approach to take, not only focusing on the QC or manufacturing, but really building the quality from inside out. So as I mentioned, a systematic approach to development. It's not just manufacturing, but it's starting from the development, going to the predefined objectives. So the objectives are really predefined even before the development starts. So it's really looking at, okay, what is going to happen in 8 years down the lane when the molecule is going to be commercialized. There is room for sound science. So there are risk-based approach, and that's where the science comes in. If we know that there is a certain risk associated with a type of molecule, we can de-risk it without even performing the experiment. There are quality risk module which allows it in the QBD. In a traditional approach, you will always have to prove it, either the product is safe or not safe, one way or other, right? Now let's go to the QBD terms and toolbox. This slide, I put it just to bring up some of the keywords which you will see a lot in the next 10-15 minutes, and these are really the core principles of QBD, right? The very first thing is TPP, which is target product profile, and then when we add QT quality on top of it, it becomes QTPP, right? Combinedly, TPP and QTPP, one is more from business perspective and one is QTPP. The combinedly, what we are defining here, and it's a live document to start with. When a project on a molecule enters the development, we still define QTPP for a molecule which is going to hit commercial in 8 to 10 years down the lane, right? What does it look like? I will show you in a few examples down the lane, but it's really envisaging, it's really thinking about how a product should look like when it is going to be commercial. Of course, at the point, we may not have a lot of information, and that's where some of the other terms comes in. The second term here is process risk assessment. And CQA. Critical quality attributes are, so for instance, if there is a QTPP, let's assume bioavailability is a QTPP, there will be hundreds of parameters which can affect a process or which can affect a molecule itself, right? But there may be only 5 of those which will affect bioavailability. So then you define that those 5 are the critical quality attributes. There can be 100 quality attributes you need, but then you start defining what among those 100 are critical, right? So that's the CQAs. Then process characterization or process parameters, which are required to be controlled every time, or to be defined in order to be making a design space. Design space is, as I mentioned, for every process parameter, every input, there is a defined space on which we can operate in order to get the output, quality output within the measured range. The quality output has always been there. These are the specification which we had to meet. The design space allow us to vary those input parameters as well. Then the control strategy. So control strategy is once again going and linking to the design space. We don't want to hit these input parameters. So for example, if we have to prepare a solution, it need not to be prepared with a pH range of 6.5 plus minus 1 in order to, a traditional process would require a very tight control, but design space allow us to have a much broader, I'm just speculating here, it can be from 6 to 7 if you have defined that design space yield the same output. So in that case, you can control your preparation to 6.7 or 6.3 on the other end. So that's control strategy. And then the last two blocks here are at the finalization in terms of PPQs, which are once again the same as in the traditional approach. And then continuous monitoring, building up the knowledge continuously all through the product life cycle is another important feature of QBD. So if you had to remember one thing from this presentation, this 30-40 minute, I would really encourage you to take a note of these key terms and try to remember those, at least the definition part of it. Of course, once you know the term, you can always explore them yourself. Now, the sequence of those terms is also important. The very first step is TPP, target product profile, which, as I mentioned, is more from commercial label perspective. Then when you add Q, the quality part, it's the second part of it. Then comes CQA and risk assessment metrics. These two normally works together. And then followed by CPP, critical process parameters. What are the parameters which influence the CQAs? Then defining the design space and finalizing it with the control strategy. As I mentioned, the flow, the approach is important, but I already mentioned it, starting with TPP, CQAs, linking those CQAs with process parameters, and process parameters somehow also include the MAs, which are material attributes, and how those material attributes influence the CQAs, establishing design space, followed by control strategy, and finalizing this control strategy on a risk-based approach. I will keep this for your remembering in many of my slides every time I introduce it. So now going to the very first block, which is TPP or QTPP. A TPP, as I mentioned, is to identify what is important for a patient or a healthcare provider. What is important? This is exactly what is required to be done here. Okay. Now, sorry, I'm getting a call. Hello. I hope everything is fine. Please adjust the camera. Okay. Is this fine now? I guess camera is not important. More important is you get the information. So yeah, QTPP. What is that? So it's a prospective summary. Even before you know it, what are the quality characteristics which are required in your product to be there from a safety perspective, from an efficacy perspective, 10 years down the lane when your product become commercial, right? And those are regulatory based approach. These are ICH based approach. I would really encourage you to read and understand those. More and more industry are moving away from traditional to QPD approach, just because those are becoming more and more prevalent especially for the innovative molecules. Okay. Considering the key point here is beginning with the end in mind. That's the key. That's the key thing here overall. Be it the formulation, be it the process, considering what we want at the end, thinking that in mind to start with is the QTPP. Now here's an example. If you are developing a tablet, what could be some of the QTPPs, right? What would be impacting a patient? What would be impacting your product, right? Dissolution, yes. Dose, of course, dose is a very important one, right? So dose has to be a QTPP for sure. We cannot have one tablet with 100 milligram while the second tablet of the same batch with 110 milligrams. So dose has to be a QTPP. Dissolution, appearance, hardness, because it start affecting other criteria, uniformity. Not everything is really linked with only patient, but some of those are secondary factors as well, which affects the primary factors, right? QTPP has to be different for different type of molecule. Here is yet another example. This is an example really coming directly from FDA, and you can easily find such kind of examples there as well. There are QTPP elements which are listed here. And as I mentioned, these QTPP will be different for different type of molecule. So for a standard release or a controlled release, it will be different. For a route of administration, yes, we will have different parameters for oral versus, let's assume, intravenous. So intravenous may need to be controlled for osmolality as well. We don't want to have an osmolality shock. An intravenous infusion, for example, will have to be controlled for osmolality too. So for that, QTPP element would also come as a osmolality will also come as a QTPP element there. Strength or the dose I already mentioned. Pharmacokinetic parameters, of course, this will be an important one. We want to have an effect in a certain window in order to maintain the therapeutic efficacy. Stability is another important QTPP element. We want to have a certain expiry built in. Then the big bulk comes from drug product quality, the identification of it, the uniformity. We already discussed about it, the release property. If it is for a specific purpose, then microbial limits as well. So all in all what makes sense, and at this point in time, we are not thinking about any analysis, any testing, nothing, right? Right now, we are only simply focusing on thinking, okay, I have to develop a tablet. What is that I should be testing? So once again, thinking what should be the end product, right? Which container closure it will be in, how are we gonna do the administration and labeling? What if there is any alternative method for administration? Is it only oral? So all of those things have to be considered upfront into the consideration. Not all of these we will have the information available on the day one. No, absolutely not. We don't need it either. And all of these will evolve as we go along. Okay, so for instance, this is our target. We want to meet and develop a product which has to be in a HDPE bottle. Okay, that's our aim, because for instance, we have our legacy products which are in these type of bottles, right? So that is our target. However, this may happen that when we perform some of the development experiment, we find that the product is incompatible with this type of bottles, or the product might be interacting with those bottles, right? Getting absorbed, for instance, and so on and so forth. So this is the dream target which we put on the day one. But when we do the second round, maybe in a year's time, maybe in 2 years' time, with more information, this can change. So it's a live document. But once again, the key message here is to develop a QTPP considering the end product in mind. Okay. So now the first thing QTPP is, I suppose you know about it now. The second thing is CQA. This is critical quality attribute. Okay, CQA. What is that? A CQA is any property, any parameter, any characteristic which can influence the output, one of the QTPP, right? One of the parameters in the QTPP. All of those are gonna be categorized as CQA. Okay, maybe before even considering a CQA, you should consider a QA, quality attributes. And as I was mentioning, from a quality attributes, from parameters perspective, a property perspective, there can be hundreds of parameters which are there, but not all of those will be critical, right? So here what we are doing is we are trying to identify which of those are really critical and which of those are non-critical. And this is already where we start differentiating between the traditional approach and a QBD approach, right? In a traditional approach, there is no differentiation Traditionally, there is no differentiation possible. So we take all of the attributes at the same time, at the same value, at the same importance. Here we are differentiating. There are some attributes which are critical, some which are non-critical. So you need not to focus on non-critical, while only need to focus on critical ones, right? And this is where we start saving time. This is where we start saving the efforts overall as well. Yeah, this is this is a flow of information. So QTPP has been generated, which will evaluate the criticality if there is a parameters which has an impact on the safety, efficacy, quality, which are the part of QTPP. If they are not having any impact on safety, efficacy, as well as quality for QTPP, then this is categorized as non-critical. While if it is, then we evaluate what is the severity. If the risk is high on any of these, if the risk of that parameter to impact one of the safety, efficacy, or quality is high, then it's a critical parameter. If it is low, then we need to redo the evaluation. Why is it low? And whether there is a detectability which can be put in place. You see that this is a continuous improvement iteration. Why so? Once again, coming back to the point, to start with, on the day one, many of those parameters will fall as critical because we do not have information at this point. But just consider that as we perform the experiment, as we perform the preclinical development, many of those we will find that, okay, now we have data, we have performed the toxicological evaluation, and there is no risk for one of the QTPP parameter. And then some of these will start moving from critical to non-critical. Okay. Yeah, this is once again trying to put up as an example. So QTPP will follow safety, efficacy, quality. The output required or the target required will be identity, potency, etc. And some of the parameters, some of the CQAs which could influence these or which could impact those are gonna be some of these, right? Like for example, content assay. If the content assay is whatever is impacting your content assay will impact the potency, right? If you want to see a certain effect, you want to have your content assay lined up very well. So then the content for sure is a CQA, and the same happens for the others as well. Like degradation, I mean, if purity is one of your key requirement, which is once again pretty much always the case, then a degradation of a specific type, let's assume that your molecule is getting oxidized, then following up that oxidation as a degradation becomes a CQA. Why so? Because your QTPP has purity in it, right? That's a summary. I can share the slides afterward. This is once again an example of tablet preparation where different type of CQAs can be developed, can be generated, and then different unit operation will have different impact on it, right? For example, once again, if I take the example of content or assay part of it, it will have a big impact of granulation, but it is likely to have almost no impact by drying because it's a hard solid molecule, right? And so on and so forth. So we need to see, for instance, once again, if we want to check fill weight, check all the other unit operation or the initial unit operation will not have any impact here. That's why they are evaluated as no. While the last steps, the compression, will start having an impact and a high impact. Okay, I would like you to keep this in mind right now. This will be coming back again, because when we build up the design space, for instance, for this CQA and for this unit operation, what we have to focus on is only this. So we will perform a design space or a process experiment for the fill weight check only at the operation of tablet compression. Why so? Because all the other doesn't have to be. This is evaluated to be low risk, and this is how we do the risk assessment based filtration, right? Once again, what we are doing here is focusing our effort, focusing our cost to focus to provide the best outcome. Okay, so we have gone through QTPP. We have looked at CQAs as well. The next is risk assessment and CPP, which is critical process parameter. They typically go hand in hand together. This is a quick overlook here. Process parameter have two inputs. One is, of course, the process parameter itself, but also the material. So you put something into the process, and those are the input parameter for the instruments itself, and then the material also. Okay, and then if you control the input as well as the process as well as the material, those are the two variables. If you control those well, you're pretty sure that the product or the outcome, if it is intermediate, will be controlled as well. So I'm asked to speed up a little bit, but you know what material is. So all the material which goes into the process are material, and those are considered as the input parameters. And for the process, it's the same. All the parameters which you change, for example, temperature, what is the rate of adding something? If you add something 100 kilo at the same time, whether it's going to make a big lump and it will not dissolve. So what is the addition rate? What is the cooling rate? What is the speed of mixing? All of these are an example of process parameters. Then whether they are critical or not, this has to be evaluated once again. So there can be process parameter, that they can be 100 of process parameter. If your molecule is not temperature sensitive, then temperature can be process parameter, but it is not critical. However, on the other hand, if a second molecule is sensitive to temperature, then that same parameter, temperature, become critical process parameter. Okay. Now that's a depiction. Once again, those input different material attribute start influencing the CQAs, and the same critical process parameters start influencing the CQAs as well. And the QBD principle says that we should focus on only the critical part of it. So there can be several material, but what we have to do is focus on critical material, critical quality attribute, and critical process parameter. So it's a filter. The question is, how will you apply that filter, right? And this is where the quality risk management tool comes in. What do we do here is that, once this is a regulatory approach as well, there are several guidelines from ICH which are there. What do we do here is that we try to link the three things: the material, the processes, and the quality attribute to each other, and try to de-risk it. The table I showed you earlier on is an example of, so fill weight has to be checked only at the last part of the process, and that is where the experiments have to be performed, right? There are several ways of doing it. These are some of the examples. Failure mode effect analysis. Once again, these are knowledge-based risk assessments. All of these are only tools. What do we do? If I just explain one of those, failure mode effect analysis is that we evaluate what, in case if a failure happens, what will be the effect of it, right? And then there are a little bit more details of it, in the sense that if we miss or if we fail it based on material, or if we fail one of the process parameter, what is going to be the effect on CQA, the critical quality attribute. So that is what we are evaluating in FMEA. All the other things, fault tree analysis, HAZOP, etc., they are conceptually on the same line, linking the material attribute, process parameter, to the critical quality attribute, and evaluating which of those experimentally we had to put up. Now, then there is a design space. The next step is design space is, as I was explaining, if we have a traditional approach, we have to control uh, the process in a very tight manner. The same goes for material and the process. It has to be controlled every time the same way as we have done it in the PPQ batches, right? Process qualification batches. So that is what we have to do. However, if we have to use the design space or a QBD approach, what we do is that we don't do those kind of limitation in the manufacturing, but we generate a small scale down models which represent your manufacturing scale. And now what you're doing is that you are performing your experiment and data generation on a small scale, and this small scale experiment help you build the design space. Okay, what is design space now? So this is how a good depiction is, right? A normal process, a target process, will operate in this yellow range, yellow boundary here. A traditional process will operate in here. However, and in a traditional process, you will run your PPQ batches here, right? So first batch, you can run it at the center point. The second batch, you can run it with maybe some variance around center point. And typically this center point, the set point is really your operating range. So if you see here, it really is allowed within your operating range, right? What we do in the design space is that, number one, you create a scale down model, and then you perform your experiment here, here. So at different places, right? It can be, depends on how complex, how many parameters are there. The number of experiment can vary. But what we are trying to do here is that we are performing the experiment, collecting the data at a much broader range, right? And we generate that data for a much broader range. We are still operating during manufacturing, we are gonna still operate in this range, but we have acceptable range and we have characterized range. The characterized range is where we have performed the data collection, the data generation. So if we go out of the operating range, we are very likely to be still within that acceptable range, and the impact of going out will be much less, right? That's an example of a DOE for a couple of parameters like dissolution and parameter 1 and 2, which affects the dissolution. We try to then define that, okay, if you are here and if parameter 1 comes down by, let's say, 0.5 or 1 unit, it's likely not to have any impact. But if it comes down by 10 unit, it is going to have a significant impact on dissolution. So it's that approach here, right? Now, once you develop the design space, you now start controlling. This is probably my last slide. I think I will just move directly here. Once you define your design space, you start putting up the monitoring here, and then you try to reduce the, I'm just finishing, okay. You try to finish, you try to control now in a very tight manner, in a more reproducible way, okay. The last part, just keep it in mind, is the continuous improvement. Every batch you are doing in the manufacturing, every additional data we are doing, we collect that information, and that information goes back into the knowledge pool, and then we continuously improve on that. Okay, with this I would like to just conclude with the last few bullet points. The first is that QBD can be initial heavy because you put a lot of effort to qualify your scale down model, generate a lot of data at the beginning, but then it has a huge advantage for manufacturing at the end. Controlling process become more flexible. We can leverage a lot from platforms, and then we can characterize those product and processes with a high confidence and a high quality. With this, I would like to thanks, and once again, thanks a lot for the opportunity. If there are questions or comment, please let me know as well. I cannot hear back from your end.
Any questions from?
Any questions from audience side? Any queries? Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Sachin sir, for your precious time and truly mesmerizing words.
Thank you.
Now, let's move to our next.
Hello. Thank you so much, Sachin sir, for your words of wisdom regarding the QPT. Thank you for your support, guidance far away from Switzerland, and I hope that you will join us for our further ventures. Thank you so much once again.
Thank you. With pleasure.
I request Dr. DC Shah sir to welcome Dr. Girendra Kumar Gautam sir with sampling.
We heartily welcome you here, sir. Dr. Girendra Kumar Gautam sir is an academic researcher, social worker working as a professor in areas of academics and research in public sector with welfare of society with overall 25 years of experience and current designation is director at Sri Ram College of Pharmacy, Muzaffarnagar, India. Sir has been awarded with 15 prestigious awards and also he had 6 academic international visits and awarded at fellowship as FPLS 2018. Sir has 21 patents and having more than 15 years of experience in pharmaceutical field. We feel extremely delighted to have you here, sir.
So now, please welcome respected Dr. Girendra Kumar Gautam sir with a huge round of applause.
So, good afternoon to all of you.
Hello. Very good afternoon to all of you. First of all, I would like to congratulate entire team of Raisoni University, management of Raisoni University for the successful conduction of international conference. And after that, I would like to thank obviously management upper level, Suri sir, for the inviting me, VC madam, registrar sir, and especially thanks to Dr. D.C. Sahu sir that invitation. I am here and my team members like Jen Saab and other speakers have recently joined us. So students, today we gather here for the international conference that is the approaches to pharmaceutical insights through interdisciplinary research. Interdisciplinary research. So, what is the meaning of interdisciplinary research? As we have heard in morning session through the chief guest, through the registrars, what is interdiscipline? So, I would like to just focus the what is interdiscipline. Interdiscipline. When we talk about the interdiscipline, so we merge some discipline like we are having here. That is, we are having pharmacy, engineering, agriculture, law. So that discipline must, and we take some output from that. That particular thing is interdiscipline. But before that, we should know about the interdiscipline. What is the interdiscipline? If we go through the pharmacy field, we are having the four core branches, as Milad Umekar sir said. Four branches, that is the pharmaceutics, pharmaceutical chemistry, pharmacology, and pharmacognosy. That four branch collaborate in each other and we find out some result, that is the interdiscipline. From starting, if we choose any plant for some activity that is undercome the pharmacognosy, after that we go for the pharmaceutical chemistry. We find out some chemical constituent in that, and on that particular chemical constituents, we go for the pharmaceutical pharmacology for activity purpose. If we find out some activity, then we go for the finally pharmaceutics. Pharmaceutics is the crucial branch for the dispensing of any drug. So finally, we dispense the drug and come out market. So my topic is drug discovery and interdisciplinary approaches to uncovering pharmaceutical insights. Drug discovery, as you know, the discover of drug, that is the drug discovery. Drug discovery, that is the process which new candidate medicine are discovered. Anyone can tell me how much time
is taken to drug discovery. If we are any molecule discover, then it will how much time? 2 days, 1 year, 2 year. How much? Approx 15 years. It was approx 15 years, 16 years. But due to some new technique available, now it has been reduced up to 7 to 8 years. From the starting process, and finally, when drug or molecule or medicine we can say come in the market, it will take approx 7 to 8 years. So, in other words, new insights into a disease process that allow researcher to design a product to stop or reverse the effect of disease. That is called drug discovery. Next. Some point will be covered here. The challenges of drug discovery, the major field in drug discovery, some barriers of drug discovery or break down the barriers of drug discovery, steps to improve the drug discovery, role of artificial intelligence in drug discovery, and innovations in techniques for drug discovery. Finally, we go for the future of the drug discovery. So, what are the challenges in drug discovery? Next. Next. Yeah, there are some points, that is regulatory hurdles, intellectual property rights, intellectual property issue, research and development cost, clinical trials, drug pricing and affordability, generic competition, supply chain issue, technology advancement, and ethical concern as well. There are some challenges we will discuss one by one. First one. Yeah. So first one is a regulatory hurdle. As we know, for any drug, there are just some approval needed. So if we talk about the US FDA, that is a very lengthy process. So it is a very hurdle in the process of drug discovery. Stringent regulation and lengthy approval process by regulatory agencies such as FDA, that is Food and Drug Administration, under the United States, and the EMA, European Medical Agency in Europe, can delay in the introduction of any new molecule. So it is a very big challenge. Second one. Next is intellectual property issue. Patents, law, and intellectual property rights can be both a barrier in the intensive, while they co-counter invention by granting exclusivity. If we are having the patent process and we did not get that, so it is also a lengthy process for the patent law purpose. Next. Research and development cost. Developing new drug is a costly. As we know, very MNCs, very pharmaceutical industry are investing very huge amount for financial purpose for the research and development. So it costs very high. Developing new drugs is a costly and time consuming as well. High research and development expenses often lead to high drug prices, which can limit access of patients, particularly those who are not insured or who are from the low income families. Next one. Clinical trials. As we know, volunteer is necessary for the clinical trial. So conducting the clinical trial to test the safety and efficacy is the challenge for the drug discovery. If we are proposing a new molecule and we are conducting clinical trials, we are performing a clinical trials, any human. So there is a first priority. What is the first priority? That is the safety of the patients. We don't know how a drug will react. So that is the main thing.
Next. Drug pricing and affordability. Pharmaceutical companies often face criticism for the high price for their product, balancing and need for probability with the need of affordability, and they create new product to maintain. So what they invest in the research and what price should be keep in the market, that to maintain the balance, the main thing. Next one. Generic competition. Once patent has expired, that is the 20-year in India and 8 years in Australia, that is vary from the country to country. Once patent has expired, so there is a generic competition. Anybody can use that molecule. Anybody can that particular drug sale. So that is the generic competition in market. Next. Supply chain. Pharmaceuticals often have complex supply chain that involves multiple countries, and it can be disturbed by some disaster and political issue. So this is also a challenging factor for the drug development. Next. Technological enhancement. Suppose we are having some technology, we are producing the drug with that technology, and meanwhile another technology has been come. Alright. Then what happens? The technology is overcoming the technology. Suppose you are using any mobile and another with another feature, another mobile has been come. So it is also very challenging for the drug discovery. Last is ethical concern. Issues such as informed consent, patient privacy, and the use of volunteer populations in research is a critical ethical. For the clinical research purpose, we are selecting people, we are selecting a human. So the volunteer, it is an ethical concern to take any volunteer. That are the challenges for the drug discovery. Next one. Yeah. So overall, developing a new drug is a complex and expensive process that requires a deep understanding of the underlying some biology as well as the chemistry. By taking an interdisciplinary approach, we can tackle this challenge from multiple angles and increase our chance of success. Next. So there are some major fields in drug discovery. Drug discovery is a multidisciplinary field and having some major field. Next. That are biology and bioinformatics, chemistry and pharmacology, biochemistry, molecular biology and structural biology, pharmacokinetic and drug metabolism, formulation and drug delivery, clinical research, and regulatory affairs as well. Next. Biology and bioinformatics. It includes genomics and proteomics. The study of genes, that is called genomics, and the study of proteins, that is called proteomics. So why genomics and proteomics? Because if we are having any molecule and discover any drug, first we have to go for the trial, and it will depend upon the genome or protein. You know, every cell has been started from the protein. So that are the field. Next. Chemistry and pharmacology. So it includes medicinal chemistry, analytical chemistry, computational chemistry, medicinal chemistry for the design and synthetic purposes, for the chemical compound, analytical chemistry to develop the new method, analytical developments methods,
and computational chemistry use the computer of stimulation and modeling to predict the chemical and biological property of potential drug. And if we talk about the pharmacology, so we are having in vitro pharmacology and in vivo pharmacology. The study of drug effect on cell from outside in tissue. That is in vitro, everybody know. And inside the living organism, that is in vivo. And toxicology, assessment of safety and potential adverse effect of drug conduction. That is the effect of drug on patients. Next. Biochemistry and molecular biology and structural biology. We are having the enzyme study in this field, major field of interdisciplinary, that is the enzyme study, signal transmitter, X-ray crystallography, and NMR spectroscopy. So enzyme study. Understanding the enzyme mechanism and inhibition of an relevant and drug target identification. In signal transaction, study of cellular signaling pathway and X-ray crystallography and NMR spectroscopy techniques of determining the 3D structure of particular drug on NMR for the to find out the structure of the particular compound or particular drug. Next. Pharmacokinetic and drug metabolism. That is the ADME study. So, assessment of how drugs are absorbed, distributed, metabolized, and excreted by the body. Crucial for determination of dosing and safety. Next one. Formulation and drug delivery. Creating stable and effective drug formulation. That is a tablet, capsule, injection, etc. and delivery system. Development of target and controlled drug delivery method, enhancing drug efficacy and reducing the side effects. Next, drug discovery area, clinical research. As we discussed earlier, conducting trials in human subject to assess the safety and efficacy of drug conditions and data clinical management to collection the data, integrated and analyze clinical data to support decision market point of view. Last one is the regulatory affairs. Regulatory affairs, major fields, regulatory submission, preparation of submission of documents to regulatory agency, and compliance and quality assurance, that is the ensuring that drug development process comply with regulatory standard and quality requirements. Next. So, some breakdown barriers using interdisciplinary approaches to drug discovery. That is, interdisciplinary collaboration is the key uncovering new pharmaceutical insights by bringing together experts from diverse fields such as biology, chemistry, as I told earlier, and data science. We can break down cells and approach drug discovery from a more holistic perspective. Next. Next is how to improve the drug discovery. So steps to improve the sum for drug discovery. There are some steps. Next. Next. Yeah. By through sharing the knowledge and expertise, resources optimization, access to specifics and technologies, diverse perspectives, accelerated drug development, access to funding, regulatory approval. Through the we can improve our drug discovery. We can take the first one, share knowledge and expertise. Collaboration allow different organizations, researchers, as we can collaborate with academia, with the industry. So it is the collaboration. It is the step to involve the study. As same like collaboration allows different organizations, researchers, and institute to pool and collective knowledge, expanding expertise and resource. The shared knowledge can lead to innovation approaches and solution to complex scientific problems. Next. Resource optimization. Drug discovery is a resource incentive process. Suppose resource we can have some resource, so we can use the time to time. Like we have some printer. Many times we are using, so it is the resource. How many times we are using the same particular resource? Next, access to specializing technologies. Collaboration provides access to specializing technology and facilities that might not be available to individual organizations. This access can significantly accelerate the drug discovery process. Next, diverse perspectives. Bringing together the expert from the diverse field, such as biology, chemistry, pharmacology, and data science. The interdisciplinary approach often leads to innovative idea, and through the break, it might have not been possible without a single organization. Next, acceleration to drug development. By working together, we can accelerate at drug development. Access to funding. So through the project, often attract funding and support to a government agency, non-profit organization also, and private investors also. These external funding sources are more likely to support the project and that involve the collaboration due to their potential and high impact and innovation, so that we can improve the drug delivery system. Last is the regulatory approvals. So collaboration can facilitate interaction with regulatory agency. Joint effort provide a more comprehensive understanding of the regulatory landscape, ensuring the development of drug are the more likely to meet the necessary requirement of approvals. Next. Regulatory approval. Computer next. So what is the role of artificial intelligence in drug discovery? Artificial intelligence, that is the AI, having some points we will discuss. Artificial intelligence is poised to transform drug discovery in the coming year by automating routine tasks and analyzing vast amount of data. AI can help us to identify new drug targets and design more effectively. So first one is drug target identification and validation. Compound screening and design, drug repurposing, biological data analysis, clinical trial optimization, drug formulation and manufacturing, drug safety and toxicity protection. So first one, drug target identification and validation. Next. These are some steps how to improve the drug discovery through the artificial intelligence or AI. As drug target identification and validation, AI algorithm can analyze biological data and identify potential drug target by identifying the patterns, so it can be improved. And through the compound screening and design, by the two way, that is the virtual screening and generic models. So AI models predict how well a specified compound will interact with a larger protein. This virtual scaling accelerated identification of potential drug candidate. And generic model AI generate molecule structure add in the design of novel compounds with desired property. Through that, we can improve the drug design. Next. Drug repurposing. AI analysis exists in drug database and biological knowledge to identify existing drug that could be repurposed for new therapeutic cause. And this approach can significantly speed up the drug development process and root cause also. Through the biological data analysis, we are having the two techniques, that omic data analysis and natural language processing. Through the omic data analysis, AI techniques process genomics, proteomics, and metanomics data to identify biomarkers. And through the natural language processing, AI driven NLP tools extract valuable insights from the scientific literature. Next. Another role of artificial intelligence in drug discovery, that is the clinical trial optimization. AI analyze protein data to identify the suitable candidate for clinical data through the real world and through the another drug formulation manufacturing. So AI optimized drug formulations by predicting how different excipients and manufacturing parameters affect drug stability and viability. Through predictive maintenance, AI driving senses and algorithm monitor manufacturing equipment, prediction maintains needs and minimizing downtime. Last role of AI is the drug safety and toxicity prediction. That is, the AI models predict potential side effect and toxicity of drug. This is the main thing. And candidates allow researchers to identify the address safety concern early in development process. Even adverse event prediction, analyzing large database help predict adverse effect, ensuring that the drug are safer for the patients or not. So innovation in the technology for discovery, and advancement in technology are revolutionizing the drug discovery process. Here are some techniques. Next, here are some techniques for the new era that can improve the drug discovery. These are some techniques. Next. Next. These are some techniques. So finally, the future of drug discovery. The future of drug discovery is bright with new technological and interdisciplinary approaches, opening up exciting new possibilities by continuing to push the boundary of science and collaborate across disciplines. We can unlock new insights that develop initiative, new treatment for disease. That's all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now it's time for query. It's a query session. Any of you, if having any query, you can ask. Thank you. Thank you, sir, for your valuable sharings. It means a lot to us, and we feel extremely delightful to have you here, sir. Now I request Mrs. Manisha Gavatkar, ma'am, to present token of love to Dr. Girendra Kumar Gautam, sir.
So now we are coming to the end of today's session, and now we can proudly say that we have accomplished the task of making this event a great success during its initial day. I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to all our respected teachers, respected speakers, and everyone included in making this event a great success. Let's meet tomorrow with same enthusiasm and activeness, and stay tuned for more exciting and meaningful sessions. Thank you. Now, now I request everyone to please gather near dais for group food.